Stop the clock so we can slow it down. It's time we find our way to a higher ground. All my love is waiting for you to make a move. Stop ignoring boy, just face it and get behind the groove. Cause the way you walk and the way you stare, never mind my tears. Man, I think I'm out of get slow. Maybe wanna lose control. Can't breathe tonight. I had to own the love. Set fire, burn it bright. Take your fire and hold it tight. Oh, boy, you know my time, my left, not giving it up. Oh, boy, you know you're all in my way, boy. Oh, boy, you know my time, my left, not giving it. He's gone wrong, yeah, gone on and glow up. Oh, boy, you know my time, my left, not giving it up. Oh, boy, you know you're all in my way, boy. Oh, boy, you know my time, my left, not giving it. He's gone wrong, yeah, gone on and glow up. Can't breathe tonight. I have to own the light. Set fire and burn it bright. Take your fire and hold it tight.
Yeah, it's the young dawn, never short of the perfect. Steady dripping sauce, young keeping the tone wet. But buzzing with the honey, sitting king with a throne neck. Ollie bang a body while your nigga ain't home yet. He fucked up, so I let him fuck nigga go. You did your big one, I'm still doing bigger dough. Played you the ball to score, but you dropped it. Wasn't in his plan, so of course my guy blocked
It's
it.
the way you walk and the way you stare, never mind my tears. Man, I think I'm out of get slow. Made me wanna lose control. Oh, boy, you know my time, my left, not giving it up. Oh, boy, you know you're all in my way, boy. Oh, boy, you know my time, my left, not giving it. He's gone wrong, yeah, gone on and glow up. Oh, boy, you know my time, my left, not giving it up. Oh, boy, you know you're all in my way, boy. Oh, boy, you know my time, my left, not giving it. He's gone wrong, yeah, gone on and glow up.
I can't concentrate.
It's the pretty Sadiddy kitty, I'm back up on the market. Picking a player pocket, I'm about to have him starving. Taking the loops, knocking boots, my body rocking. Never the two, I'm the one, so nigga stop it. Yeah, karma finna pay me stacks. I know your new trick, watching, so relay this back. Finna have it don't lock like a chokehold.
I don't got no time for a bro code.
Let go, but I'm letting go. Let go, but I'm letting go. Let go, but I'm letting go. Let go, but I'm letting go.
Yeah, and that's on Lil Mo. Did you really think that was it? Baby, get ready for yet another big night in Web Reality. Not only do we chase the beat, we set the tone, honey, for one more show-stopping night. Presented by me, Oliver Twixt, the second installment of Chasing the Beat, a celebration of queer art and creativity is here. Join us as some of the stars from Chasing Atlanta take one final bow, plus special appearances from some of our faves from Dallas and even Los Angeles. Be sure to watch it live on the Chasing Reality YouTube channel, coming soon.
I get the bag, you get the bag, we get the bag. All my hitters in the club gon' get the bag. Ryan get the bag, Ryan get the bag, hit it. Ryan get the bag, Ryan get the bag,
Yo.
hit it.
And one more thing, if you are a performing artist and want the chance to join the lineup for this upcoming Chasing the Beat, to perform your music in front of our viewing audience, here's your shot. Email us now at oliver.twixt@mychasingreality.com for more information.
What's up, everyone? It is Darius asking you to check out my newest children's book, DJ Stands on Business. Follow along as 5 friends who are entrepreneurs by the name of Pixel, Raven, a dynamic duo we can learn, and a children's book author named DJ use their entrepreneurial spirit to save money to go on a trip to Mexico. So follow along as children can learn about terms that teach them about entrepreneurship and give them the opportunity to open up the world in the adventures of friendship and entrepreneurship. You can check out my children's book, DJ Stands on Business, as well as DJ's Favorite Day and Twinkle Little Star at www.kingdariusbooks.com.
Kenisha, leave your boxing gloves at the house, okay?
Need a daily fix? Get in the mix with Twixt, a live digital digest of queer commentary on reality TV and social media.
I do have to play devil's advocate just a little bit. I think Nene is above Tiffany Pollard.
Really?
Let me tell you something, bitch. If you hit me, I'm gonna hit you so hard, you got to go get your man.
Live every Monday night, only on the Oliver Twixt YouTube channel. Watch and listen as myself and my bestest squirrel and girlfriends get into our favorite guilty pleasures.
I know in working with children, we were always taught like children learn behavior through 2 things, for what's taught and what's allowed.
As for me and my house, we would serve the Lord.
You see what I'm saying?
What is like the main key advice that you would give?
Get a lawyer.
And you just never know who was going to stop by in the mix.
You know what, Sam? We're gonna go to you first.
Let me say something right now. Just watching the show, my butthole was in a knot.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a lot, so buckle the up because I have so many opinions on this.
Don't miss a good laugh and some exclusive tea.
I have another phone call that I actually have recorded.
I think she's still in the back, Dr. G. I'm waiting on her to get back on too.
Get in the mix with Twixt every Monday night, only on the Oliver Twixt YouTube channel. See you there. Pack your bags because you are invited to the Twixt Takeover in the Dominican Republic, hosted by your favorite nerd, Oliver Twixt, from October 10th to the 14th, 2024. It's a 5-day all-inclusive stay at one of the finest 5-star resorts in Punta Cana, Hotel Rio Republica All-Inclusive Resort. Treat yourself to a luxury stay with beach access, fine dining, unlimited food and drinks, on-site attractions, spa amenities, and daily activities hosted by myself and my other co-hosts. This also includes a free masterclass on business, content creation, and social media marketing. And yes, everything is included. All you have to do is book your flight and show up. Now it's only a $100 deposit to lock in the early bird rate before the price goes up. Go to www.twixtrip.com right now to book your package to lock in the early bird rate. See you there.
Everybody go. Everybody go. Everybody go.
Ain't gon' get a line, but it's better celebrate. Play it one time, you gon' play again and again. Come one, come all, come all this can. CWIS is the winner.
What's going on, y'all? Happy Friday! It's Oliver Twixt here, your nerd boy cutie, reporting for duty to do the Lord's work once again. We are back with a Twixt exclusive with our friend Reesie G from Chasing Dallas. I was kidding before I got on because I was actually singing along to the intro. And ironically, on Facebook, the memory of me dropping that collab, for those of you guys who remember, back in 2019, I had a collab with the board game Twixt, and they had commissioned me to come up with this theme song and this video to promote the game, which is how we have this song of me saying Twixt, Twixt, Twixt. I'm vain, but I ain't that vain. I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about the board game. It actually popped up today. What year are we in? 2024? 2024. 5 years ago, around this time, Chasing Atlanta season 3 started. And the memory popped up. But I was actually singing along to the song as it was coming on. And I was like, bitch, that laugh is ridiculous. Like, the shit is actually fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it just made me key right quick. But anyways, thank y'all so much for coming today. I so appreciate it. First of all, I want to thank you guys so much for supporting all of the content on my YouTube channel. You guys have been coming out in droves this week. All down in the comments, getting active and voicing your opinions, which we absolutely love. We love the engagement over here, and I love seeing what you guys think, whether it is in support of me or not. I'm just glad you are one watching and you're talking about it. Okay, that's how we keep the lights on. So tonight, wait, hold on. Let's zoom out some. I feel like y'all all in my grill. That's a little bit of Lamo. Tonight we are talking to Reesie G, formerly of Chasing Reality, the founder of Chasing Dallas, The Retreat. It's not the group chat. Chasing Chat. A lot of programs over there on Chasing Reality. You know, I'll just say it, and I've said it many of times because I don't mind giving the people their credit. If there was ever a Chasing Reality Mount Rushmore, Lauren England's face goes up there first. The very next face that deserves to be in that spot, hands down, is Reesie Gamble, okay? The next spot is definitely Oliver Twixt. And then we gonna let whoever want to fight over foe, we just gonna let y'all have that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, no tea, no shade. You know, I'm gonna talk a little shit tonight. I ain't really seen nobody, you know, worthy to take the 4th spot yet. But you know, we still got time. We still got time. Reesie G is, to me, despite all the things that have happened, which I'm so glad he is here tonight for us to talk about it, is really a pivotal part of that brand, especially in the early ages. The early stages of building that channel up in the programming, and I'm really excited to talk to him. So just to give y'all a little precursor on how this happened, of course y'all know I talked to Rick Rosa, aka Gardini, earlier this week, and Reesie G had DM'd me on Instagram, kind of responding to some of the things I had said about him in the video. And I was like, well, do you just want to go live and talk about it? He was like, sure. And I'm really happy. Of course, I'm excited because Reesie G and I were also friends too, especially during my early days on the channel, where he played a pivotal part in me joining the show. I give credit when credit is due. There are 2 people who I will always give credit to, who I believe and who I know are responsible for me joining Chasing Atlanta. That is Gardini and that is Reesie G. It is nobody else. So I don't know about anything else, but I do know that those are the 2 sole people who first gave me the idea separately, who told me to do it, who wanted me to do it, who damn near forced me to do it, who did what they needed to do in the background to make sure I got on there, and who was a part of the support I had very early on in me being on Chasing Atlanta. We've had our ups and downs, definitely a frenemy of mine, you know what I'm saying? And I already told that whole bitch, I'm ready to cuss you out tonight. You know what I'm saying? All in love, of course. But I'm really happy that he is here where we can get down to the bottom of some things. We can hear from him and we can just take a trip down memory lane. You know what I'm saying? And I'm actually really excited to talk to him because I haven't talked to him in such a long time. So without further ado, let's welcome to our classroom, Reesie G. Okay. Damn, I wish I could remember his name. Reesie G. Something he be saying. He gonna do it better than me. Here he go. Reesie.
Reesie G, not Cardi B, but I still get to the money. Oh,
good.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I can't complain. I won't complain, okay?
Ain't no need to. Why?
Ain't no need to. What's going on?
Nothing. Just living my beautiful Black life, honey. Doing my big one. Just making the girls want way more.
Yes.
And giving them a little less.
Yes. I live. One of my favorite Nene-isms is during season 6 of Housewives when they were at like the umpteenth dinner scene. and Phaedra sat down, and I think this is the scene when Phaedra reached over and was about to strike Kenya in the face with her purse. But before all that, they was going around the table. I was like, "What you doing? What you doing? What you doing?" And they had asked Phaedra. I was like, "Phaedra, what you doing?" And Phaedra was like, "Just living." And Nene bust out laughing. She was like, "Phaedra, just living." That is so funny. That's what you say. That just reminded me of. You just living, just living. Yes.
I don't do anything. I just, do the most. Not anything.
I live. I mean, honestly, Reesie, I feel like, should we expect anything less? Like, if you didn't do what people consider the most, I don't think you're breathing, in my personal opinion. I have a high standard of expectation when Reesie G is in the mix. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's what a lot of people had and have, because, I'm not going to say I set the bar very high.
But you did.
But I didn't do it on purpose, though. I just did what I thought was right for every moment that I stepped in front of the camera. I hate this. My MacBook, it's a little grainy, but we're gonna make it through.
We're gonna make it through. It's okay.
Gonna make it through. But no, I just always try to best myself. I always have never seen competition. I always took a page out of Beyonce's book and just said, if I take a gamble, I gamble on myself, and I'm gonna always try to beat myself every single time. And I've done that consistently. So,
as I'm sitting here looking at you, I remember the tip you gave me many years ago when I first started experimenting with makeup, and you was like, "Girl, you don't need all that. All you need is just a little under eye and some eyeliner, and that's all you need." Because that's all I see right now is a little underline and some eyeliner. I live.
All you need is a little eyeliner.
I live. Reesie, when was the last time we spoke? Like on the phone or like in person like this?
It was probably 2018, 19.
Bitch, it wasn't no 2019.
I want to say it was, because the last time I saw you, it was at Atlanta Pride.
Yes.
We waved or whatever because Barbie Bankroll was going to get ready to perform, but that we didn't talk. It was just a hey, and that was it. But the last time we had a conversation, it was a long time ago. I think you was at like BravoCon. Oh no, you was at DragCon, I think it was.
Reesie, we've talked since then.
Did we?
Yes.
Maybe. I don't think I don't know. I'm getting long in the tooth, so
Girl, we are all our teeth growing around here, okay?
Listen.
But we thank God for the years. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some people that's begging for these years. Okay? All right.
But
you know what I'm saying?
Honestly, when do you think? When can you remember was the last time we talked?
Okay, so I know we definitely spoke after season 4. Like we definitely spoke around that time. So definitely somewhere around 2021, 2020, somewhere around there.
After the pandemic?
It was definitely, I feel like we've spoken after the pandemic. I know we spoke, and this is just full transparency, because I want to, I don't feel like stuttering all the other shit. I know we was backstage on a TTV live one time, which was,
yeah.
Yes. But that had been us speaking like this from a very long time. But that's the last time I can remember us talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, it was on a TTV, it was a live, a random live, and then we went backstage and we was just kind of kicking and shooting the shit.
Yeah. So girl, I didn't write no questions down, because I really want this to be organic. Because bitch, I know you. You know what I'm saying? We have history. We have a rapport with each other, and I don't need to be formal with you. You know what I'm saying?
Let's talk. Let's talk. When I talk, you talk. We talk.
So if someone was to ask you to describe your relationship with Oliver, with me, what would you say?
Ooh, I would say, I don't know. I would say, I don't think that we really have a relationship. I think I think we're good, but we don't have like a relationship like it once was. You know, it's not like I call you every day, you know, we sit on the phone, work dates, you know, not really, you know.
Bitch, I miss our work dates.
I miss the work date. And nobody ever gets a work date. Child, I say work date nowadays and people think I want some. I'm like, girl, no, that's not what this is.
Tell the people about our work dates.
Oh my goodness. So y'all, if y'all don't know what a work date is, so it would be like a day where we're working from home. And it will be a little food involved. It will be a partial kiki involved. And it will be okay, so I'm doing this. I need your opinion on this. What you think about that? Okay, you don't like that? Okay, cool. And then you will be like, okay, so what you think about this song? What you think about this? Or what, you know, what I'm doing with this edit or what I'm finna do with that. And girl, I'm finna go do this for like hours and hours and hours. And then probably we get done. We start probably like what? Around like 1, 2, get done like 2 a.m., 1 a.m. or something like that. And then that was a good day. That was a good work day. We got a lot. We used to get a lot done.
We used to get a lot done.
And we bonded a lot. That was you know, times where it was like, okay, like it was very much Olivia Pope and Annalise Keating sitting in a room trying to figure out what are you gonna do? Because this is happening, what's going on? It was very, you know, strategic and strategizing and everything. Because that's when, like, I think it was kind of like your star was like starting to, like, somebody lit that match and it was that dynamite was headed to it. And then it was like, before it was like Oliver Twist, it was just the guy that was editing, the guy that was producing. I remember you went to your friend's house and did the video where I can't what song was that? It was like y'all did the little lemonade stand, and I remember you was trying to figure that out.
The money thing, money, Cardi B money.
Yeah, your retweets the money. I remember that, and you was trying to, you know, figure out what you need to do with that, and it turned out really cute. But yeah, it was like those types of days and moments where it was like, how do I level up my business? How do I level up me? Like, what do you think I should do? And, you know, I was always so gung-ho for you to start singing, and I'm glad you finally started singing.
You were.
And, you know, it's just good to see, like, the progressions, you know, of everybody. But more so, like, the people that I had relationships with, to just kind of see them grow and do big things and be more of role models, accidental role models, you know?
Yeah.
And like, yeah.
I absolutely used to adore our work dates. And honestly, y'all, that's like a key to my heart that I don't like telling people. I love people who are about something. You know, I'm not the girl who's going out to the club with you. You know what I'm saying? That guy, we stand in the line trying to pay to get in. First of all, we don't stand in line and pay to get in no goddamn way. You know what I'm saying? And if we do, that means we ain't supposed to be there. You know what I'm saying? Call me bougie, but fuck it. You know, that's just my personal rule for my own self. I don't care about no drinking. Talk to me about work. Talk to me about creating. Talk to me about a vision. Talk to me about something. And that's honestly what attracted me to Reesie, because he was also another queer person of color who was out here trying to create their own thing for them own selves. Honestly, for other people, which is something that I'm also about too. So we just naturally just had like a camaraderie that we cultivated through talking on the phone for hours. And I think it's so amazing that in our friendship, for the most part, I was in Atlanta and you were in Dallas, but we had a very close bond. When you agree, like we talked all the time. Yeah. We shared a lot of things. We were very, I want to say intimate. I don't want nobody to think we was hunching. It was nothing like that. But like we just were in very close spaces with each other, like all the time. And I will, if I've never given you your flowers or credit, you definitely were one of the people very early on that was in full support of me. I remember us being in the mall, in Lenox Mall, and we was at the T-Mobile phone kiosk, and somebody was like talking to us, and Reesie G like stepped in, and he was like, "Oh, you don't know who this is? Oh, this is Oliver Twixt. You need to follow him. He's gonna be on Chase in Atlanta." But like Reesie G was that type of person, like in moments where I didn't necessarily see the opportunity to push myself or present myself or to do something, you definitely were a part of that community I had of people who used to push me. And I'm very proud of you in all the things that you have done. And I honestly think everybody who has been on the brand, who has come after you, has taken a page out of your book in terms of being talent, but still bringing something to contribute to the whole thing. You know, it's one thing to be talent and, you know, be in front of the camera and get all of the glory and the fame and the fans and the comments and the shares and the interactions. But I think it's a whole nother thing to actually contribute to what it's giving to you. And I think all of us, whether we want to admit it or not, or whether we know we're doing it, whether we know we are doing it or not, are taking a page out of Reesie G, who was the first one to bring a spinoff to the show, the first person to be talent, the first person to be producer at the same time, bringing these fresh ideas, not only one idea, not only two ideas, but three ideas, as well as helping out other people on the brand and on the channel with their own. And so I give you your flowers, bitch.
Thank you so much. But I mean, I think it's important though, you know, because it's like I think that people forget that, excuse me, when you have an opportunity like a Chasing Reality or when you have any platform, an opportunity to be on a platform where you can authentically be yourself and not have to follow the rules, you can't miss opportunities, you know? And I think that unlike most people, I'm not going to name the names, but
why not?
I'm
playing.
There are a lot of girls that came through, since we're speaking about Chasing Reality, a lot of girls came through Chasing Reality and they didn't have the opportunity that you and I and say a Lauren had. We came on camera and we were just ourselves. We were like, okay, girl, because I think it's different too when you understand the business. You know, I've been in the entertainment industry more than 15 years now. So working with all the girls and seeing that you literally are one step away, you're one action away from being seen by somebody that could put your life on a whole nother level. And I know I can attest to it, you can attest to it. And it just kind of, it's sad, but at the same time, it's like, okay, we'll move out the way so I can go get it. When they don't take the opportunity, like, I mean, I don't sing, I don't rap. And so anybody that has music out there, when you're on a platform that's bigger than yours, put your music out there every moment you get, sing every chance you get, submit a scene every chance you get, because you want to eat it up. So what if they say that you get favoritism? No, I'm just trying to make sure that I ain't got to go and clock in nowhere and I can live off of myself and my music and my craft. And you know, like, of course I'm a definitely Reesie G and Carter B on every commercial. Why? Because they giving me $100, $200, and that's a light bill, that's internet, that's phone bill, you know. And so I think that we definitely had a privilege of being able to take advantage, turn our 15 seconds or 15 minutes of fame into careers, like legit careers. So anybody else who hate on it, just they can kiss ass.
All right, and lick it too if you good. You said something that I've never thought about. You said yourself, myself, and Lauren. And I didn't like realize like we, amongst other people, were some of the talent that actually have been around, established talent in mainstream media and in the industry. We had already been exposed to, you know, the lights and the business of it all. And it pains me, honestly, Reesie G, and I'm not even being dramatic, it pains me when I look back and see the dozens of people who have been on Chasing Reality and who haven't done nothing with it. I think sometimes people just view Chasing Reality as just another like YouTube thing. I will never forget my first season on Chasing Atlanta, and I probably had only been on maybe like 3 episodes at that point. But I remember going to New York City, and I was in the Times Square subway station, and I remember walking down to go up to the street and shop and do all that other stuff. And I remember walking, and I was with my best friend Kiera at the time, and I remember this girl just literally dropped everything she had and screamed my name and was like, oh my God, that's Oliver Twixt from Chasing Atlanta. And in that moment, I was like, oh girl, like you're a part of something like huge. And it just saddens me how people have like allowed themselves to be so focused on the drama, to be so focused on what people are saying in scenes and comments and shit like that, instead of focusing on the tangible ways that you can convert yourself into currency and actually make a career for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Of course, we're here to entertain. Of course, we're here to get into all the things. But like, no tea, no shade. The majority of us came to this channel all still clocking in another place. We all came to this brand in hopes that we could get to another place. And it's like, so many people have been given the opportunity to be on that channel and they don't do nothing with it. And it's like, do you know like how you can like really like change your life and like actually elevate yourself? And so again, I feel like you were one of the people who kind of set that standard and that expectation on the brand. Like, this isn't just something for me to clock out of work or stop my regular life and just come do. Like, I need to take this opportunity to actually grow and build something and create something.
Absolutely, because it's bigger than me. You know, when I first was given the opportunity to do the reunion for season 1, and then
blonde Reesie G.
Okay, blonde. Okay, the blonde, the meek blonde of it all. When I was given that opportunity, you know, shout out to Kevon and Ondario for that. Like when I first got that op, it was not because of I wanted to be something. It's because I had already had a career as a stylist, and I was like, oh, this is because I had been watching Boy Next Door and The Life, and then I finally saw this show, Chasing Atlanta, come
I'm
about,
so sorry to
like,
interrupt you. Can I please stop you right fast? Girl, do the kids know about The Life? The Life was like Chasing Atlanta back then with George and all of them. Girl, talk about The Life for a little bit, just a little bit. I don't think the people know about The Life.
The Life, I don't think the girls really know because see, like I remember watching The Life, meeting George Smith, not George Sloan, George Smith, y'all. He was the one who produced it, and he was on camera. And then Brandon, who is like big deal now in LA. He does parties and stuff, and he has a lot going on. But before all of that, it was like those people, those characters that were literally taking the Real Housewife or the Love and Hip Hop, I guess, way and making it Black and gay. And then it was something entertaining to watch because it was like you actually saw yourself in them. Because I know for me coming up, all I knew was Noah's Ark. That was really it, you know. That basically was all I knew, to see myself, see a Black
DL Chronicles.
Gay man, DL Chronicles. Listen, girl. So many stories. But you know, just kind of seeing stuff like that, it was like to see Chasing Atlanta come about, I was like, I can remember my first message I sent them was, hey, I love what y'all are doing. Any way that I can help out, let me know. I know some people, because at that time, you know, I was working with Portia and Nene and all the girls. And so I was like, listen, any way I can help out, just let me know. And then the way I helped out was doing the reunion. And then that turned into Chasing Dallas. And it was just like, I think for us, and when I say us, I think me, you, Lauren, Q a bit, some of us who actually have been in the Hollywood of the South and kind of got a feel of what it could do for them. We didn't care about coming in for the money. We cared about coming in and showcasing who we were, because I did a pilot for another show called The Real Hairstylist of Atlanta. And that show was packed with some talent too. And I was just coming in as the Marlo of the show. We got to talk about that. But I knew that if I ever got on a reality show, I was going to make somebody a lot of money. And boom, boom, boom. Years later, it came true. And I think that people just need to take their opportunity, because you being Nene wasn't Nene because she went into a scene wanting to make a read. Nene was Nene because it was her and it happened organically. And I think that people nowadays, they just want to fight and they want to read and they want to be known for that. But like that stuff fades so quickly. You only read somebody when they done did something to you. That's throwing shade. But other than that, ain't no reason to. Why?
Right. But I want to get into your career before we meet you on Chasing Atlanta. And I hope you tell some of these stories that you used to tell me, child. Let's do it. I want to have some fun. But before we do that, just to give the children some context, The Life Atlanta was basically like Chasing Atlanta back in the day. So I was still in like high school when that show came out. And basically it was the same premise as Chasing Atlanta, a group of queer people of color in Atlanta trying to like get their life started. And so the premise was George, who was like the executive producer, the creator of it all, and he was also on cast, him moving from Dallas to Atlanta to like basically like, you know, start his life over and then like meet the people. And you know, he was dating a guy on the cast. It was a lot of things. One of the guys who owned the eatery, me and him were neighbors. Me and him were neighbors for years. And I walked in, I was like, oh my God, I remember seeing you. And actually, Reesie, I don't know if you knew this, that show had been picked up on Logo. Like that whole premise was a pilot that Logo paid for. And I've heard this from George, what ended up stopping them from getting on mainstream TV was when the children was on there talking about coke and fighting and all the other stuff. And Logo was like, girl, we don't got time for all that, you know, at the time. And this is like, I don't want to slide so far back, but this is definitely like 2010, maybe 2000.
Yeah, it was 2000. It was early 2000, like when it started getting to them double digits. But do you know what show eventually got on that was kind of supposed to be the Gay Housewives?
A-List that they got rid of. It was A-List.
It was A-List. It was okay. But I don't see none of them girls out here. None of them. Don't see none of them.
I don't see.
They all just disappeared.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. But going back to you, okay. Reesie G used to brand himself as a stylist to the stars, right? Very early on. Talk to us about your whole come up story of how you started as Reesie G within this business before we met you on Chasing Reality.
So I was a stylist to the elite.
To the elite. I'm sorry. Stylist to the elite. I'm sorry. Yes.
So I came in, I had an internship straight out of, my senior year of high school, I had an internship at a boutique. The lady that I worked for, her name was Sonia Williams, aka Glitzy. Glitzy was the plug. Glitzy was a Ming Lee before Ming Lee was Ming Lee. She was one of those girls before. She had 2 stores, one in historic part of Stone Mountain and then one off Memorial Drive. And she used to go get clothes from Miami, LA, and bring them to Atlanta for the girls to have. And so she taught me everything I know about how to spot, you know, a real from a fake, how to see, how to clock a shoe from a distance, how to eyeball somebody's foot and say, oh, you need this size shoe, all of that. So she trained me up. And then the opportunity came for Real Housewives. There was this buzz about this show coming to the city. At the time, her hairstylist, his name is Elijah Cohen, big deal now. He was doing Nini's hair and also Lisa Wu Hartwell, or Lisa Wu. And so they needed clothes. So at the beginning, they had wardrobers come to wherever they was doing their green screens and bring them like a rack of clothes and then pick from the clothes and then to wear for their confessionals. At the time, they was doing them in their house and then they would switch up and all this stuff. But so Lisa Wu was actually the first client that I had to wear something that I pulled. So from there, we started getting in the door at all these different events. I started meeting all of the socialites like Derek J and Miss Lawrence and all of that. And it just kind of started to snowball into, okay, yeah. Because, you know, in Atlanta, if you're at the event and your face is familiar, then they're going to be like, who is this keep popping up? And so that's what happens.
Exactly how it works in Atlanta.
It's exactly how it works. So if you're not invited, you're nobody. So when I started getting into the room, that's when I started getting clients. And then I was just being pushed around from one reality show to another reality show. So started out Real Housewives, then went over to Love and Hip Hop, then did the New Atlanta, then did cutting it into ATL, then went back to Love and Hip Hop. Then started when I moved here is when I did Dallas Housewives, but not really. And then outside of that, I was doing campaign work, you know, work with Derek Blanks, work with Trexina Nelson, work with Macy's and Sean John and TJ Maxx and, you know, doing that type of stuff, traveling in and out the country to go and do these little small shoots without an agency. That was always the get. My selling point was, yeah, I'm a stylist. I have pulling power, but I don't have an agency. So they would always hire me. They say, okay, well, can you pull? Yes, I can. Where can you pull from? I can pull from this. I had friends. See, the way I used to get clients So I would go to, like, say, Neiman's or Saks, and I would make friends with all the perfume salespeople, right?
Mm-hmm.
Make friends with them, and I would say, listen. So my uncles love fragrances because my uncles had little coins, so they would go and they would purchase, so they can, whenever they needed to purchase to meet their quota for the month, my uncles would come and they would buy so they can meet their quotas. In return, they would tell me the hot days that the celebrities would come in and shop. So I knew you go to Neiman's on Thursdays, you go to Saks on Tuesdays, you go to Phipps Plaza on Tuesdays. So Thursdays, I would look in the Vogues, I would look online and see what are the new shoes that just came out, you know, learn the names of the shoes. Then I would go to Neiman's, and then I would just be looking around. I would ask the salespeople, hey, can you bring me the new hot chick or the new So Kate Louboutin? Then they would bring it out, and I would look at it. I would examine it just to see it for myself. And then I would let them take it back. And then I would go to Phipps, get the phone call, say, hey, your Dutzy is about to come through and shop. She just called me. Cool. Go over there, walk in, bump it. Oh my God, you are so pretty. Is that the new hot chick that you're trying on? How do you know that? Oh, girl, I'm a stylist. Here's my card. Client. Just like that. And then that's what would happen. You have to, you know, move around and network like that. And then that's how I made money. Either I was styling for a shoot, or I was driving Uber and Lyft, trying to make this money. And then so I made it, and it worked.
Yeah.
It just worked. And then I ended up, I worked with the last client that I wanted to work with that was on my list was Monyetta Shaw. And I worked with Monyetta, and it was a pleasure to work with her. And we got published in Today's Black Woman and Black Hair and The Sophisticate. And then I was like, okay, yeah, it's time for me to move. And I told my uncles I wanted to move, and they was like, what do you think about moving? My best friend was like, try Dallas. And I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then headed to Dallas.
Are you still in Dallas?
Mm-hmm. I'm in Dallas. I live here, but I mean, you know, I stay gone sometimes, but you know, I'm here.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, right? So if you guys go back to Real Housewives of Atlanta season 6 to the Bailey Bowl, and if you look real close on We Rich Bitch Team by Nene Leakes, you will see a Reesie G on screen.
You want to know how that happened?
Talk to me. And I also want you to tell me or tell us what you saw that day.
Oh, child. So what happened was I had went to, so Bar 1 was new and popping, right? That's where everybody was going. Went to Bar 1, and I had recently met Greg Leakes. May he rest. And I met
Sweet
Greg.
man.
Oh, my God.
I met him one time. Sweet.
Infectious.
Sweetest souls ever.
So nice. And so I met him because I was at the time hanging out with this group of affluent gays. They thought I was fabulous because I was a stylist, but little did they know I ain't had 2 quarters to rub together at the time.
It's all right.
But I was, you know, running around with the girls and getting clients and stuff. I had met that night. I was working on the New Atlanta. I had met Portia, and I had met Portia that night, and I had met her sister Lauren that night. But previously, just out and about, I had met Shamia. Me and Shamia were cool. I had met Crystal Renee. Y'all know her as Fatima on Tyler Perry's show. She was a stylist at the time. And so we used to kind of tell each other where the events were, and we would go around. So I had went there, met Mr. Leakes, and then ended up getting a call from a friend of mine, and he was like, Reesie, what you doing? I was like, nothing, just at the house. Okay, but they filming Housewives at the YMCA. You need to come up here. And I was like, come up here. It was the YMCA of Boulder Crest.
Andrew Young?
Andrew Young. It's over there.
Because I used to work at the YMCA, so I knew all the YMCAs at the back of my hand.
It was the one in the hood. It was over there.
Andrew Walter Young.
And then at the time, I was cool with Lexus because if you remember, Lexus used to bartend at the daiquiri factory.
I never knew that.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yes, God. Yeah, Lexus, and that's how I met Keisha.
Keisha, my girl.
Yeah, she owns it. So the one that used to sit right there on the corner. And right off, what's that, Spring Street? Spring?
Oh, you talking about the daiquiri factory downtown?
Yeah, the one downtown, not the one where she bought the new place, but the small one.
Yes, that was downtown.
I would go up there all the time and with her, and she used to give me. You used to just sit there and kiki and drink, and that was that's how I kept in the room too. We used to talk all the time and eat them. We call them little crab claws. Anyway,
that Keisha still sell to this day, child. They'd be so good.
The best thing going. And so when I got there, I was like, yeah, let me go. So I hopped in my little scooter boot and I went over there and I looked great. I was smaller then, so it was giving curvature. And so, I walk in and I'm just, hey. Portia's seeing me again. I'm like, hey, girl, hey. And all the girls. So I was like, okay, this girl is popping. So then I sat down because we were just going to watch. And then Mr. Leaks walked up and he was like, hey, we need 2 more players. Do y'all want to come and play? And I was like, sure. And then he gave me the very rich shirt, went over there. Nene remembered my face. I don't think she knew who I was, but she remembered my face. And so we were on the team. We were in then played nothing, but we were on the team, got me a little camera time. And then we go out to the field. Now here's where it gets good.
Ooh.
So we go out to the field. You know this story, but I'm telling the girls. Ooh. So we go out to the field and we are about to play things on the field. So me and Lexus are sitting there and we're just talking just about, we was honestly just catching up and kikiing, but then Kenya Moore walks over. And so Kenya Moore, she speaks to me because I've seen her, and then her and Lexus have a conversation. And as you know, not everything airs, right? So her and Lexus was having a conversation, and then I got into the conversation because they was talking about something that happened at Bar One, a little cute little conversation or whatever. And then Marlo walks over. Marlo walks over, and Marlo, me and her had a booking maybe 2 months ago, 2 months prior, where she was booked to come out, and I was working at. You remember Peter Maxfield, that place over there in Lindbergh? So it was a place over in Lindbergh, and it was kind of like this. Before Salon Suites was a thing, it was like that. And so they had booked us to come in. I was a stylist. She was just the talent that came in because she was the Marlo Hampton, right? So I was familiar to her. So she's sitting there and she was talking to Lexus and saying, I just really want to go and talk to Nene. Do you think I should talk to her right now? And Lexus was like, I don't think you need to go over there and talk to her. It's really not a good day. She really don't. She's not feeling it like that. Let's not do that. And so Marlo was like, well, I really feel like I need to go and talk to her though. And she was just like, this is just not the place and time. So then we're playing, I don't know what we was playing. We were standing on the baseball diamond. And when you have, I guess the people that keep the score, the little like treehouse thing that's on the back of the diamond. So Carlos King is up there. Love him down.
We love Carlos. Carlos don't see this. I love you, Carlos. Okay,
love Carlos King.
I'm doing my job like how you do yours. All right.
Listen, and that's when I knew I wanted to be a producer because of Carlos King. And so Carlos was like, I already knew in his head because I be thinking it too. Like, this is a boring ass scene. I need to spice it up. So Carlos King gets a water bottle and he just starts dashing water on Nene, right? And Nene is pissed. She's like, girl, what the fuck is going on? How dare you? What is this all about? So she walks up to the thing.
Carlos King was throwing water on Nene.
So she goes up and she's reading Carlos. She's like, what are you talking about? Why are you doing this? I don't play that shit. And da-da-da-da-da. I don't know if they were on good terms or not or something. Because it was kind of like, how the producers, if you don't do stuff, then the producers get mad. So, and I think they had that relationship to the point where you could do stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So it was kind of like, girl, I'm finna get you back since we out here or whatever. And I think she didn't really like that. So she goes up on the thing and she's going off. And then so when she's coming down off of the little treehouse thing or whatever you want to call it, the score box, and she's leaving and Marlo is running after her. Oh, an edit is a wonderful thing because she really wasn't, it wasn't given that she wasn't running away from Marlo at all. She was leaving because she was pissed and she was over it. And so she threw down her mic, got in her Range Rover and went on home.
I love when you tell that story. I think it's so amazing.
There are so many stories of just me kind of seeing from the back, the back end of stuff and just kind of being around and child.
Because you were also friends with Shamia. Like, you were like good friends with Shamia.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
How did that friendship start?
That started from bar one. We met out and about at bar one. I thought she was gorgeous, and we just had good times, and we drank and we partied. And at the time, she was a Atlanta Hawks cheerleader at the time, and she ended up kind of just saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" And we would go to she would invite me to things, and she was really close with Portia because they were really good friends and went to high school together. So when I was done working with Portia, me and Shamia just bonded to the point where, you know, I would go over to her house, we would kiki. And I remember one time I organized her closet for her. I curled her hair to go on a trip for the calendar shoot. And we stayed cool until I guess she, you know, I didn't make the cut as a friend. So you make new friends and, you know, the Texas stop, and that's just what it is. You know, people grow and people move on. Love her down, but I couldn't tell you why.
I never knew y'all stopped being friends. I don't remember that part of the story. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think she started, like, it was kind of like when she was really on Real Housewives and started hanging around certain people, and I guess her life was going in a different way, and I was still kind of like on my come up and trying to figure it out. You know, there were certain things that I couldn't go to, but she could. You know, there were certain places I couldn't be, but she could. And then it was just, it went from, you know, us going out in my Suburban and me riding her Lexus to, hey girl, you still alive?
Oh, wow.
And, you know, but then, you know, congrats to her for everything she got going on. I mean, I live, you know.
I live.
But yeah, things change.
Things change. People change. That's an expose song. Seasons change.
Okay.
People change. I'll sacrifice tomorrow just to have you here today. Any more stories you want to share about your days in here in Atlanta?
I would definitely say
we love a story. I love stories like this.
I mean, I can remember. Child, there's so many. I don't know how juicy I want to be because I'm in a different place now. But I will say this. I would say there was a friend. So I went to bar one night, and you know, I was the femme girl. So, you know, I used to wear my clothes and my things. And this particular night I had on these high-waisted white Levi jeans and like a cute little top. It was tucked in. So, you know, it was giving body and everything. And, you know, not Kalina. Yeah, I used to work with Kalina too. I see in the comments. And I went to the bathroom. You know, I was beat. You know, I'm always have a beat on. And I went to the bathroom and I was followed in by a friend of one of the husbands on Real Housewives.
By a friend of one of the husbands of one of the Real Housewives. Okay.
Of one of the Real Housewives. I'm not going to say who because I don't want them to link or nothing like that. So I go to the bathroom and he was really, really attractive. Extremely attractive. And so I'm in the stall and he walks in the stall. And so I had just got done standing and peeing. And next thing I know, he was reaching for my stuff, honey. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. He reached and he grabbed and then he kissed me. And I was just like, hold on. You know, I was kind of turned on, no shade, because, you know, I'm the cunt, right? So I was like, what? I was like, wait, I said, we can't. And then it was kind of like given that he wanted to do something right then and there. And he was one of those men that had a lot of money. And I know if I would have did something, I probably would have been like one of his secrets. Because I knew that he messed around with a lot of the other, you know, little gay boys or whatever. And so I was thinking about my career and I was just like, no, I can't do this. Not at bar one. Like I can't do this. And so he ends up saying, I would never forget this. He ends up saying, okay, well, it's cool or whatever, but just wait to come out the bathroom because my wife be suspecting stuff. And I was like, okay. And so he walks out the bathroom. And I thought about it. I was like, nah, fuck that. So then I walk out the bathroom too and lock eyes with his wife. And it was kind of giving like, get him. And next thing you know, she hauls off and she slaps him right in the middle of bar one and throws a drink on him, and then they leave. And I would have to tell you offline, but yes, ma'am. Needless to say, the girls, if y'all only knew, like men in Atlanta,
men in Atlanta are nasty as fuck.
So nasty and so rude, and not in the best way.
And the ones with money are nastier.
They sure are, because he drove a very nice, he had a Bentley Continental. He was very wealthy. His wife had good money too. She was a beautiful black woman. Beautiful. And
oh, girl, it's 310 people in here. You don't want to tell us who the...
I'll tell you this. At the time, he was friends with Peter Thomas. That's all I can say. And this was years and years ago. He's never been on the show, but he was a wealthy man and he was friends with Peter. And I think that, and, you know, it's kind of crazy because I think a lot of times, you know, people turn their head of certain things. And this was like, had to be like 2014, 15, somewhere around there. Like, cause I was like really like getting popping at the time. And it was like, and I think that's the only reason that the guy knew, because I had just worked with, like, I had friends who stayed 2 doors down from Cynthia when they lived in the Brownstone. And that's when like Funky Dineva used to always come to bar one with what's her name, Michelle, with
Michelle ATL. Oh yes, this is before me. This is before my time.
And like when I tell you, like, those are the girls that I was around. So like when I was saying that I was with the elite, like this is Black Hollywood. This is Freddie O when he still just had the press up shop in Peter Street. You know, before Freddie O was like, I mean, even though he was like
so much about Freddie O's press up shop on Peter Street, like I've heard so much about his shop. I've heard so many people mention that shop. It must have been the place to go get your shit pressed at.
That's where everybody went. That's literally where everybody went because of the loyalty to him, and his customer service was good. His turnaround was great. And then that's when Peter Street was popping. That's when, I don't know if you remember Sabrina with the glam shop was over there.
Okay.
Peter Street. And like, this is before Sierra came to Peter Street. Sierra was like, I got a story about, I got a story, girl, with that one too. I can. You want to give it to her? Yeah, I can give you that one. So I used to be fucking this dude that was a barber at her glam shop, right? So I met this dude on BGC at the time, and he was
BGC Live.
BGC Live, honey. So met him, and he was so hot. He was so hot. But little did I know he was one of them stunt queens, child. So I meet him. We had then I had, because I used to have a friend who was a dancer, and I used to house sit for her. So he had came to over there. We had a good night. He leaves. I drop him off. Then I take him right.
I feel like you can always tell what generation a girl come from the way they describe sex. When a girl say we had, that's usually a girl between the ages of like, 30, 40, you know what I'm saying? We had.
We still got some boy, a little bit of taste. So we had or whatever, and that morning I had took him to his apartment to get his clothes. Then I had took him to the shop to go to work, and little did I know it was Sierra's shop. This is when she was just doing makeup, and we met or whatever, and then she introduced me to some people or whatever, and she like was at this really like low down shop in the hood with bars on all the windows and stuff. Like, it was bad, but she was trapping out the back door doing what she had to do. So then I'm thinking that me and this boy is gonna be great, and she was like, who you here to see? And I said so and so, and she was like, okay. And then she kind of gave me that look like, girl, watch yourself. And I'm just like, girl, whatever, he got good, it's whatever. So child, he calls me, and he used to stay over there at the GE Towers. You remember GE Towers?
I know GE Towers.
So he stayed over there in one of them lofts. Don't know how he got over there or whatever. So he was like, hey, let me cut your hair. You need a haircut, let me cut your hair. So I was like, okay, cool. So I go over there. At the time, I was styling, but I had a part-time at Topshop when Topshop opened at Lenox. I had a contract with them for about 5 months. So I went over there, got my hair cut. Next thing I know, I come back to my car. At the time I was driving a Suburban. Windows busted out. Windows busted out. My bag is gone. I had like clothes from Jeffrey's in there gone that I had to return. So it was like $6,000 worth of clothes gone. My bag I had just bought like the iPad mini had just came out, gone. And I was just like devastated. And I was just like, oh my God, like what am I gonna do? So called the police, got the police report, went back home, got a lashing from my uncles. Didn't stop talking to the boy though. Because I didn't put 2 and 2.
Okay.
So then though, I go back and see him, but this time I wasn't in my car. I got dropped off by a homeboy. So I gets dropped off, and then I look in his closet. Well, I didn't look in his closet. I see his closet open, and I see something with some sequins on. And I was just like, now I know this ain't this dress that I just had, you know. So he says he's gonna go get us food or whatever. And so he goes, I said, okay, well, I'm gonna get ready, you know, get ready, girl. So he goes, get us food. He goes to Crystal's, get us food. Now the Crystal's was far, so he went and got Checkers when the Checkers was downtown in off Spring Street. He goes to Checkers. So I look in the closet, I see the dress that was stolen, I see 2 shirts that was stolen. And so I'm sifting through, I see my iPad that was stolen. So child, I called my homeboy. I said, hey, can you come pick me up? It's just not going right. I need you to come pick me up like ASAP, and I got to get up out of here. So he comes pick me up, and I took his duffel bag, and I have this bag of clothes, and he was like, girl, did you steal this man's clothes? I was like, no, bitch, this that stuff that just got stole from me. I think he played me. So I had the stuff, right? So then he calls me, he's like, where you at? I was like, oh, you stole my stuff, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I was going off. You was the reason that busted my window out, da-da-da-da-da. Like I'm going off. So then, I'm Decatur fish. You know, I'm not refined Atlanta, Georgia peach moving to Dallas fish. You know, I'm Decatur fish.
Well, it's great.
So I'm going off. Yes. So I told my friend girl, I said, take this stuff home. We're going to come back. So child, we take the stuff home. She gets her boyfriend car. Mind you, this is a gay boy. So he gets his boyfriend car. We put on all black sneakers. We go
like
back.
The Omen.
We knock on his door. And he opens. So mind you, my friend is knocking. He don't know what my friend look like. My friend is knocking on the door. So then he opens the door. My friend pushes him in. I come in, and we whoop on him. We just whooped him. We whooped him. He had like $500 in cash. My friend took that because he was a barber. He took that. And then I called the leasing office. I told them that this boy set up for me to be robbed, and it should be on your cameras. He got put out, had to go back to Jersey. Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the boy since then?
Nope. Don't know if he alive or not.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Jesus.
So that's why it's so crazy when the girls be acting like, oh, Reesie not gonna do nothing. Reesie not gonna do it. No, Reesie done grew up. Reesie is still from Decatur, Georgia, Scottsdale, Clawson, Georgia, from the hood. Zone 6, same place that Black from. So, I mean, you know, I used to live a reckless life.
Did you have the attitude that once you got in front of the people, you didn't want to like showcase that because you wanted the people like to take you serious and you didn't want to mess up your opportunity?
I did have that. I had that on top of, I was doing this for my friend. You know, I always had that in the back of my mind. Like, okay, I'm doing this show because my friend said he want 100,000 subscribers. So we finna get this. This is my friend. We finna.
Oh, you're talking about Andario.
I was doing it for Andario. And so I was like, I have to.
Which is the right way to pronounce his name, Andario. You're right. That's the right name. It's the right way to say his name.
And so, like, for me, it was always one. When I moved to Dallas, my mom was like, don't get into no trouble. Don't be fighting because I can't get you out of jail. And I was like, okay, I'm going to respect that. And that's why I did not fight, because I was a fighter. Like, I've always been a fighter because people would take my meekness for being, you know, a pushover or being gullible or whatever. And so when I came to Dallas, nobody knew who I was. I had just came, and it was just like, when I came to Dallas, it wasn't a full year before the show happened. And so it
Oh,
was
wow.
like, boom, who is this? Because I moved here in 2016 and we started production. I moved here September 2016. We started production on the show February 2017. The show came out just like that. Like, it came out, everything just happened so quick, and I didn't knew anything. And so it was like all the girls that were the popping girls in the city, I had asked so many people, hey, could you be a part of the show with me? And everybody was saying no. And then I went and got this cast together, and then boom, history was made. And so for me, it was like, one, I'm the executive producer. I'm putting all my money into it. I'm finding all the people. I'm holding the cameras. I'm directing this. I'm doing the green screens. I'm doing all this stuff. Then I got to jump in front myself. And so my biggest fear when I first started was I can't go off because I need these people to still show up because I don't want to be embarrassed. Then as time kind of went on and then my name started to garner some power or clout or whatever you want to call it, it was, I need them to still come to work because I need them to see the vision that I have for them and what's going on.
Right.
So what people don't realize is that, you know, people love to say a Reesie G EP and Reesie G cast member, regardless of either or, when that red light stopped flashing, everybody still respected me as EP. Nobody never not showed. Nobody never not came to green screens. Nobody ever disrespected me when it came down to the paperwork. None of that. When that camera came on, they ain't like Reesie because the girl, she's gonna read it, she's gonna be shading, she's gonna do all the things because that's good TV. You know, that's the cross that I was okay with bearing. But when the light went off, they knew, okay, I'm behind this. You don't like me, George? You don't like me? Okay, that's totally fine. But I still have to come to your house. I have to pin this green screen up during the pandemic. I have to ask you all these questions.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
You tracking? You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah.
I still have a job to do for the sake of, because it grew from me doing this for my friend to me doing this for LGBTQ people, because the show became my activism. The show became the way that I was exposing, because y'all don't understand, like in Dallas, before Chasing Dallas came, there was another show that tried and it just didn't stick. And then this was the first opportunity that we got to see Black gay people or Black people of LGBT culture in Dallas in a way that it looked glamorous. Like it was just fab to be. And it was bigger than me at that point. Like, and I'm gonna tell you when I realized it was bigger than me. And I know we might be getting off subject or whatever, but it was bigger than me when I remember the premiere party for season 1. Didn't think nobody was going to show. We had like 200 people there.
Oh, wow.
It was no promo. And let me tell you how I knew we had 200 people. There was this girl that I had met, and she used to sell these little adult Capri Suns. It was like alcohol, but like, and she said, well, how many people think gonna come? I was like, girl, probably 50 or whatever. Well, she said, well, I got another event I'm gonna go to, so I'm gonna bring like 200 just in case.
She sold them all.
Wow. She sold them all. Then we was taking money at the door. We made like $100 and some at the door, charging $5 to get in. And then on top of that, the little premiere teaser that we had was delayed because we couldn't get it because the Wi-Fi wasn't working. I finally got it, and it brought me to tears. I finally got it from Ontario. I raced downstairs, plugged it in. We showed the first 15 minutes of the first episode. And then everybody stayed. And then when it was over with, everybody left just like that. And I was like, so y'all was really here for something that nobody knew what it was going to be.
Oh my God. I don't know why I want to cry right now.
It was a big moment. Like, it was a very big moment. It was a very big moment for the culture, for the Dallas culture. You know what I'm saying? And like, when I look back on like the times and the ups and downs of everything behind the scenes that happened and everything, it was all well worth it, because now the street has been paved, the lanes have been drawn, and now do what you do.
I loved all this, Reesie. This was so beautiful. Oh my gosh, this was amazing. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break just to let us breathe for a little bit. Reesie, and I'm so sorry I didn't ask you this before, but if you have any assets you want me to show, please email them over to me because we'll do like a couple more commercial breaks while we're doing this, and I can play them on this live right here. So you guys stay locked in the mix. We got Reesie G here. I really loved all of this. And just like really quick, you know, me being somebody who's activated their own projects and like, you know, trying to pull people together, trying to pull money together, trying to get a place, Wi-Fi messing up, getting a thingy. Like when you see your baby walk and people love your baby, it's like, oh my God, all of this was worth it. But we're going to get into some mess after this, okay, Reesie? Because I got to ask you some questions, all right?
Let's go. I'm ready.
Yes. Listen, y'all stay locked into In the Mix. We will be right back after this.
What's up, everyone? It is Darius asking you to check out my newest children's book, DJ Stands on Business. Follow along as 5 friends who are entrepreneurs by the name of Pixel, Raven, a dynamic duo we can learn, and a children's book author named DJ use their entrepreneurial spirit to save money to go on a trip to Mexico. So follow along as children can learn about terms that teach them about entrepreneurship and give them the opportunity to open up the world in the adventures of friendship and entrepreneurship. You can check out my children's book, DJ Stands on Business, as well as DJ's Favorite Day and Twinkle Little Star at www.kingdariusbooks.com.
Pack your bags because you are invited to the Twixt Takeover in the Dominican Republic, hosted by your favorite nerd, Oliver Twixt, from October 10th to the 14th, 2024. It's a 5-day all-inclusive stay at one of the finest 5-star resorts in Punta Cana, Hotel Rio Republica All-Inclusive Resort. Treat yourself to a luxury stay with beach access, fine dining, unlimited food and drinks, on-site attractions, spa amenities, and daily activities hosted by myself and my other co-hosts. This also includes a free masterclass on business, content creation, and social media marketing. And yes, everything is included. All you have to do is book your flight and show up. Now it's only a $100 deposit to lock in the early bird rate before the price goes up. Go to www.twixtrip.com right now to book your package to lock in the early bird rate. See you there.
And we are back. We got Reesie G here in the mix with us talking about all things chasing. Well, really all things Reesie G. That includes chasing Atlanta, chasing Dallas, his times when he was Reesie G, the stylist to the elite. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. Okay, so I want to get into when we first saw you on Chasing Reality, which was as the host of the first season of Chasing Atlanta. Tell us, how did you get that? You touched on it a little bit, but go into full detail about how you got it, what you saw that day, how we got the part 2, and I think like it was like a part 2 sit down with Devon, I believe, and then how that segued into you starting Chasing Dallas.
So how I got it. So I was always like watching the show and staying in connection with whoever was over the Chasing Atlanta page at the time, because it was just Chasing Atlanta, not Chasing Reality yet. It hadn't blossomed all the way yet. And so we stayed in communication. I think it was on Dario running it at the time, if I'm not mistaken. And then I was like, y'all need to have a reunion. Like, y'all have to have a reunion. If y'all can't afford to get a reunion going, let me know. And I'm down. Like, I will come and do the reunion. Like, because y'all, this is good. Y'all need to have a reunion. So, and then that's how it happened. It was like, okay, well, we got the venue. We got this. We got that. Can we have something happen? And I was like, okay, cool. We stayed in communication. But at the time, here's some exclusive tea.
Wait, are you saying that you created indirectly the reunions for Chasing Reality? I'm just asking.
I would say I was producing before I was producing, child. I was producing before I was producing. And I would say that I definitely was like, y'all need to have like these little packages and stuff like that. Like, you know, the packages to kind of, you know, go and remind the people what's going on. So, but at the time, when the reunion came up, the cast was like at odds. When I say at odds, they were at odds.
As we always are, child.
it was like, but it was new, so the girls didn't know, and so they were like, okay, well, maybe we need to have a sit down before the reunion happens and have a talk. And I said, okay, cool, let's do it. So this is so funny. So I came to what is that hotel? What's the hotel over there? But it's in Buckhead. Is it the St. Regis? Yes, it was at the St. Regis. We met at the St. Regis in like this little bar area that they had. You go up the stairway, and then it's a bar, and it was like you could sit there. And it was during the week, so it was nobody really there. The cast came. Almost all the cast came. I can remember Lauren was there, Cameron was there, Devon wasn't there. Lyric was there. Was it Lyric? Yeah, Lyric was there. And somebody else. I can't remember who else it was. So excuse me. But so we all were there. And I was like, listen, y'all, I am your reunion host. I know y'all are having some problems. I know y'all are having some problems, but let me tell you something. This is who I am. And I started boom, boom, boom. I handed in my resume. Don't know why. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. And please bring this up. And Dario was there. I think Kevon was there too. And I just handed in my resume. I was like, look, listen, I've worked in this reality space. I know what this is. Y'all can take that home. But tomorrow, we're going to have a reunion. We're going to have a good time. Reunion comes. The following day, the reunion comes. And you know, Dario lived for all that carrying on. So the next day, the reunion comes. And we walk into the space. And everybody is just on edge. Everybody is just trying to figure it out. And mind you, I watched the season and had no questions. There were no questions printed on the cards at all. So everything, I'm winging it.
Oh, really? There were no questions on the cards you were holding. Oh, wow.
No.
Turn up.
I printed those cards out at Office Depot. I put the logo on the thing. I went to Office Depot, picked them up off some card stock, and I came and I asked these persons, so is there anything you want to talk about? I said, okay, cool. Okay, you want to talk about this? Okay, cool. And then I sat down and I was like, welcome to the season 1. And then we had the reunion. Mm-hmm. But Devon was drunk. Devon came through the door inebriated, and it was, at the time, it was so bad that he just wanted to fight, and we couldn't get through anything. Like, when I say we couldn't get through anything because he was just wanting to go get Lauren. And it was like, we in this venue at a particular time, we have this audience, and then the audience, because it's never really the cast, it's the audience that got to fight in.
It's never really the cast. The audience never really start the shit.
So the audience, it was some of Lauren friends was sitting in front of Devon friends, or Devon friends was sitting behind Lauren friends, and they was talking about, just talking shit. Next thing you know, somebody gets up. You said this, you said that, and then they start to scrap, and then here go Lauren, and here go Devon. Then Devon thought this was his opportunity to go get him, and go get her. Well, at the time it was her dead name, mm-hmm. And then go and get her. And then I was like, well, we can't finish. And so, because at that time we told them to go, and we were left with just like the skeleton crew. And so we wrapped up the reunion best way we could. And then I was like, I really think that y'all need to, like, I'm gonna still be in town, but I think that y'all need to get his point of view, because if this boy got a drinking problem, this is something y'all need to catch next season. So
oh my God.
That's what I was saying. So we went to at the time, I think it was Sky's. Sky was there. It was Sky's apartment. That was Sky's apartment. So we went to Sky's apartment and we did the one-on-one Reesie G, aka Gay Oprah, sit down. That was so good. And we talked it out. And like literally, that's when it kind of came out that he drank a lot. And like even then, like he said, he'd wake up with a drink, and he had a cup that was full. Like it was like a QT cup just full of like alcohol. And like I think that was like the moment where I had a conversation with Dario, because at first, at the beginning of Chasing Dallas, me and Kevon would talk more so than me and Dario. And then when life happened to Kevon, me and Dario got really, really close, because I didn't know what I was doing. I was taking point from them. And at that moment, I was like, I told them both, I was like, y'all got something right here. Y'all got something. I don't know what this is or how y'all finna do this, but y'all, this is something. Because I'm like, to have that deep moment and then be able to have a platform to put it on, to pull that out of somebody before anybody else was doing it, I was like, y'all got something. Y'all better work this the right way. And it really broke my heart when, and I reached out to Dario and I was like, is there anything, well, I mean, mind you, our relationship isn't like it was, but I reached out to him, I texted him, I was like, is there anything I could do to help you get this reunion for this final season of Chasing Atlanta? Like, because I think y'all have to have a final season. Like, y'all have to have a final reunion. Like, I mean, don't let them get to you, girl.
You talking about this year? Season 6. Oh, child.
Yeah, I texted him and I was like, listen, I said, what do you need? Like, I want to help you get, because I just wanted that book to be closed in a way that
it's so sad.
It was just so, because I wouldn't be a producer if Chasing Atlanta wouldn't have never started. Right. I never would have known that this was something that I was supposed to be in. And I will attribute the opportunity that was given to me came from, those two men. And I would not be here today with this reach that I have, or with whatever you want to call it, without that, And it was just like, I just hated it. I just want
to go on the record by saying that Oliver was always a proponent of the reunion. I mean, now she did have her requests. I only have one request, but I was definitely going to be there, I was definitely going to be there, and I was going to show my tail. I'm not going to lie. I was like, oh, this is the last reunion? Oh, y'all not finna get pulled up, Oliver. Oh, I'm showing out today. I'm telling all the business.
What year was that when I came and I helped and I directed the reunion? When y'all were in the, was it the blue?
The best reunion we ever had, season 4. That was the best reunion we ever had. That was
this what y'all don't know, though. This what y'all don't know, because Oliver
who was y'all?
Didn't know the people in the comments, your tweets. This what y'all did.
No, girl, everybody here, girl, you brought the people out. It's almost 400 people and everybody here.
Listen, when I tell you what did not air, exclusive. There was a moment, and I know you remember this. There was a moment when Oliver was just getting hit after hit after hit, and everybody was coming at Oliver. And Oliver had life going on, and Oliver was so overwhelmed. I took Oliver out into the foyer. You remember this?
I remember this.
And Oliver was just crying. I was like, listen, you gonna get through this. It's not that big. Don't let them see you cry, bitch. Pull it together, and you gonna get through this. I know it's just so much because people don't really know. And I hugged him, and he pulled it together, and he went back out there and finished that damn reunion.
It did not air. It did not air. I did walk out because I was like, "Ooh, girl," because I'm always conflicted on, should I just tell the fucking truth and embarrass everybody? That's really why I be crying. Like, y'all really gonna sit up here and do all this, and y'all know I know all the real business. I know y'all real business, And I honestly feel like people always leaned into that. They knew I was never going to really go there with them. And so it's just like, oh, well, we just gonna drag this whole, and I'm like, I'm crying. Like, first I want to fight, I want to fight. I want to hit y'all, first of all, and I can't do that because that's the standard I set for myself.
It was very candy.
And I want to tell y'all business. Bitch, you homeless, you running from the police, you a scammer.
He said, y'all listen, he said, because I can go in there and vanquish all of them bitches. They don't know what the fuck I'm going through, and I've been on beat there. I said, listen, you can't do that. I said, you know where you going, you know what you got going on. You can't
bitch, you not paying your child support. You not paying your child support because your baby mama emailed me.
Okay.
Girl, you down at the eviction office. Oh, girl, I wanted to lay everybody. That was the energy I was gonna have at the season 6 reunion. And it's kind of thank the Lord we didn't have it. Oh, because baby, I was gonna tell it.
But look, if you would have did that though, you wouldn't have had all this. None of all the stuff that would have come since then would have happened, because then you would have been a loose cannon.
I would have been a loose cannon. Yes. And that's one thing I'm glad I on the show, other than when I finally did, have to, put my hair behind my ear, which was well deserved. I'm so glad I never lost control on that show, that I was always in control of myself, that I never did nothing that I was going to be apologetic about.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk to you about making the first season of Chasing Dallas, right? And this is where, and I want to get your side. This is where a lot of confusion about who owns the franchise, and was Kevon a part of Chasing Dallas, and what is his relationship, what is Dario's relationship with Reesie G, and what is Reesie G's position in the brand? Why is he now making, why is he now like in a leadership role? Can you make that plain for us from your perspective?
I can make it very, very plain. And I think you're the first person to ask me this question.
Baby, you in the mix. That's what we do over here.
We in the mix, honey. We in the mix with Twixt, okay? So
that's definitely going in the promo. I just want you to know that.
I'm good for one liner. So when Chasing Dallas came about, I was working my little corporate job, and of course, I lived in Dallas. Dario and Kevon lived in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Kevon got really cool, and we would kiki and talk on the phone and all that stuff. But then when production started, I would call Kevon. I'd be like, "Hey, what kind of camera do I need to buy? What do I need to do?" And and he would never respond back to me. And so I didn't have a relationship with Dario, so I never really reached out to him until like one day I was just like, you know what? I need to know what to do. And so I hit him up and I was like, "Hey, so what do I do? How do I do this? What do I need to do?" And And he was like, "Okay, well, Google tried this and this and this and this and this." And he was breaking down everything to me. And I appreciated that. And so we started talking often. Like it wasn't 20 times a day, but it was definitely like 8, 9, 10,
mm-hmm.
Because I was telling him, hey, this is what's happening. And even the story of the season just started rolling. Because at the time I had went to this college out here that's kind of like the equivalent to like Art Institute in Atlanta. And so I'm going and they got like the big cameras, right? And so everybody is like, "What's going on here?" Like they thought that I was the girl, and I was just like, "Yes, eat it." Yes. So they're bringing these big cameras into these clubs and stuff like that. And then so people started talking around the city, and I said, "Oh, girl." So then that's when all of this stuff starts coming out about the cast members and people feeding me, making these ghost accounts and sending me all these DMs and giving out tea. And so I can remember the very moment that me and Dario got like this. I had sent him, we were talking, but I had sent him this. I said, "Listen, girl," I said, "this dude called me, giving me all this tea about Charles. And I don't know if we should use it or not, or what we should do." And Andrea was like, "Send it to me." So I sent it to him, and it was juicy. And he was like, "Oh, we gonna use this." And I was like, "Well, girl, break it down to me. Like, what we gonna do? How we gonna do it? What I need to do?" And then that's when we had like this, I don't know, it was like a Wonder Twin activate moment of we just connected on production wise. And then we pulled the trailer together, and then over the first line you hear in the trailer is "Charles is a fucking fraud." And that was from a recording that I had. And it was like that moment bonded us. And then the show came out, and it was like wildfire. Like it just was crazy. And consecutively, we hit 100,000 views for 4 weeks straight. And it was just like, what the fuck did we do? Like, what did we do? Like I didn't expect none of that.
Mm-hmm.
And Dario was like, what did we do? So then I get a text from Kevon, and he was like, "So I heard the show going great, and this is before it aired. I heard everything is going good. So, I just want to talk about percentages." And I was like, "Well, I don't know nothing about that. You're going to have to talk to Dario about that." He was like, "Oh, okay, cool." So some time went on. I was like, "Did he talk to you about like money and stuff?" Because I wasn't really thinking about getting paid or anything. I was just thinking about, this is fun. I'm enjoying it. This is great. And so Ondario was like, I said, do you think that I should, like, he should be getting paid for it? Because I said, well, he said, well, Ondario was like, what do you think? And I was like, well, I mean, we all together, but I don't really know because he didn't really put no money in and he didn't really say nothing to me throughout this whole process. So I don't think that's fair for him to get something he didn't really help. And she was like, okay, well, I had a talk with him. And so I guess that's the talk happened. And from that moment on, me and Kevon just did not see eye to eye. From then on, we just didn't see eye to eye. And it wasn't like a choice. I thought it was fair because he hadn't sent me any money. He hadn't contributed to anything as far as like production wise. Like when I would reach out to him, he wouldn't say, hey, do this, do this, do this. Like he just was never available. So I didn't see it right as a business person for him to reap benefits off something that he was not really in part of creating. However,
okay,
I did say to Ondario, I said, y'all need to make this a brand. Y'all need to make this something bigger than just Chasing Atlanta since there's 2 shows. So then Chasing Reality was born, the actual brand. And then that's when all that LLC stuff happened and Reesie G tried to take over. And I thought it was really interesting during your interview.
Okay, hold on. Before you get into that, hold on to it. Hold on to it tight. Okay, I'm gonna say 2 things. One, this is why when I made that post about Cozy, even when it first came out, and like when I talk about it, I stress to creators the importance of when you create having some sort of written agreement, because you never know what you create today will go tomorrow. And it is on being on Chasing Reality and even like other aspects of my career that I've learned, like if you put something in stone from the very beginning, and even if things are contingent on if this happens or this happens, this is how we will walk, it will knock out so much drama and confusion in the future because we already have this in writing. We signed it. This is what we are going by. You know what I'm saying?
I want you to put a pin right there, and I want to say something. If there was paperwork like that in place at the beginning, I would still be with Chasing Reality, and me and Ondario would not have went at odds.
Okay, girl, you just tearing up my whole interview. What does that mean?
I think that, in my opinion, the reason why me and Ondario parted ways was because of lack of respect for each other's positions.
Okay.
And I say that because what started the whole thing was I had submitted some scenes, some material. He called it shit. On top of, you know, we still have a friendship, right? So we friends. So I know what's going on in life. So I mean, I know my friend, excuse me, me and friend would go at it. We would block each other for a couple of days.
Are you a Scorpio?
Yes.
Bitch, that makes so much sense. I don't know what it is about Aquarius and Scorpios that it's like the most beautiful toxic relationship on this earth. So many of my like business partners, friends that I like love when it's going great, but when it's fucked up, it's horrible. It's Scorpios. I don't know what it is about Scorpios and Aquarius. When it's good, it's good. When it ain't, it ain't.
Mm-hmm. And with that, the lines of friend and business got blurred because hands down, no matter what anybody say, me and that man working together, we made magic on so many levels. Anything that me and him touched together, go. But it was because of, and I can say now, and I take responsibility for not being able to understand that this is friend time, this is work time. Even though he's not here and I'm working a lot, so he doesn't understand the weight. And I remember one conversation that me and him had, because he asked me a question and he said, do you think if you wasn't producing Chasing Dallas, do you think that you would be in a relationship and have more friends? And I said, yeah, I would, but I'm okay with that. You know, we got a mission. We doing something. So it was like those types of sacrifices. And it makes me a little emotional. But I think that if there was clearer lines between the friendship and the the work relationship and everything was set in stone for us to follow, and on paper, we would have never had, because we would always had to come back to the paperwork.
Right.
So
I was I think I said this in my chat with Gardini. I was like, I feel like we were all young, in life and our journey, and we all just came across lightning in a bottle, and we became in proximity with so many other beautiful creatives, and it's beautiful because we were able to learn, and I'm pretty sure all of us will move forward with making wiser decisions. But it's like, it's unfortunate that some of us were not able to like really lock in with each other and really like create and take the things to the next level, because we were so young and so inexperienced and immature and emotional and volatile and catty and messy and shady and doing shit like that. It's very unfortunate. And I do hope that one day, I don't know when the day gonna come, because what we all have contributed to over here, with Chasing Reality is iconic for our community, and nobody will ever take that away, bitch. Like, everybody that's been a part of this brand, every show, every moment, up, down, is iconic, and it's a part of the LGBTQ plus community. When we were the number one LGBT, probably still is. I ain't did my numbers in a long time. But we were the number one web series in the world for years, before there was a Zeus, before there was a Now That's TV, before all those things. And we give all those girls their credit. I give them to them freely. But before all of that, it was Chasing Reality doing it for years. And I just hope that one day we're all able to come back together in some sort of way and move forward, if that's what God allows. I do want to ask you this. Can it be argued that if it were not for Kevon and Andario creating Chasing Atlanta, that started that channel and gave the foundation for everything else to come, there will be no Chasing Dallas? So whether or not Kevon was involved or not, he should have been given something, because the derivative show now, Chasing Dallas, is standing on the foundation that Chasing Atlanta has provided, that he created. I'm just asking.
So
can it be argued?
It can be argued, but I'm gonna tell you how you end the argument.
Tell me.
So the creation of the Dallas show was by two people, because they put the work in and they created it.
Okay.
That was Andario Abrams and Reesie G.
Okay.
Chasing Atlanta, that's Kevon Burns, and that's Andario Abrams. Chasing LA, that's Andario Abrams and Q. Period. Do I think that he should have gotten something? In hindsight, I think if I would have known what I know now, we could have worked something out, or I would have been able to say, "Hey, you need to do something to help me out," or something like that. But I was just literally younger and just going on and wet behind the ears. Not a producer, didn't go to school for. I was a stylist. I knew clothes, so I ain't know. But it could have been room for him to get something. But like, even I can't remember the guy's name. I don't know if you remember him. He was real tall. It was a tall guy that used to be really close with Sky. Real hot too. He was everything. He even helped me more than Kevon.
Was he the one who had the children with the lady who was on that show?
Yes, him.
Girl, I don't know why I thought that's who you was talking about, but I'm glad I got it right.
Exactly
I don't know his name.
I can't think of his name, and I love him down, but he helped me more than Kevon did. So it was kind of like, the door was open,
as we used to say. Kevonica.
Yeah, because that's one thing that I agree with. He could pull, because they was talking. That boy was fine.
Kevon kept him a man, and all his men was cute, bitch. Kevon is attractive.
Yeah, he's an attractive guy. Yeah. But I mean, I think that without the creation of Chasing Atlanta, of course, there would be no Chasing Dallas. There would be no Chasing Reality, of course. But I think that there are still more pieces to the story as to why the depart happened.
Talking about Kevon and Dario.
Yes. And I think that Nico, yes. And
Nico! I never met him. I never met him.
Oh baby, you missed out, because that was That is a gorgeous man. Oh my God.
No, girl, I want to party Nico. Clearly. No. I had enough going on when I first came in, but I need nothing else added to my plate.
Yeah, but that was a good man, Savannah.
So
But,
what motivated you and I to talk today was after, my chat with Rick Rosa. I don't like calling Rick Rosa. I know that's Gardini. That's Gardini, child. My chat with Gardini, is making his rounds and the people are talking, whatever. I get a DM from Reesie G who was like, I never knew that you were told or you had the knowledge that I was the one who went back and told production about you being with I'm not saying being with because I don't want nobody taking it. That you and what's the man? Dewan had an experience. Y'all hung out and y'all talked for a little bit. And I was like, well, girl, you just want to come up here and talk. So go ahead, because you was gonna get into Gardini Rosa. Go ahead.
That's what got me, because I was like, because when you said it, and I was like, because I was sitting here and I was watching, I was like, girl, I never said that. I only confirmed it when it came, because how it came up was. Reesie, have you ever heard about? Because I was in all of it. When it came down to Chasing Atlanta, this is my best friend at the time. So of course we're talking about Chasing Atlanta. I'm helping with picking and all that stuff, right? And so and then he says, "Have you heard anything about Oliver and this Dewan character? He with Devon and everything." And I was like, well, I heard about it, but I mean, girl, that's what they say. That's what I'm hearing, but I don't really know. Like, I don't know, but girl, would y'all gonna put that on the show? And she was like, well, it's coming up, so I mean, we might. And I was like, okay, cool. And then that's when I said to you, if anything comes up,
Bitch, I would never forget you said that.
Tell the truth.
You said, girl, if anything ever comes up, tell the truth. And you know what, girl? I think that has honestly stuck with me in my whole reality TV career. Girl, if anything come up, just tell the truth. Just say it. Just tell it. Let's go back. I want to go to when you and I first met, but it kind of stems from the whole Gardini LLC, protecting Key Vaughn, all that stuff. So we're at the season 2 reunion. That's a thing. Gardini goes to jail. He gets out. We start filming we're on the brink about this film season 3. So actually, no, you and I started talking before season 3. We started talking around season 2. Okay, so let's start there. Let's talk about what do you remember about you and I first coming into contact with each other?
So I remember that I had seen you on social media. And I can't remember how we first met. And I always say, when you have friends, if you can't remember how you first met them, it was an organic relationship. But I can't remember how we first met, but I remember seeing you on social media. Here's some tea. I remember things starting and the talks of, okay, we're going to do another season of Chasing Atlanta. And they started scouting for people. Okay. And looking for people. And then you had popped up, right? I don't know how you made your way around or anything like that, but you were already a conversation before you were actually casted.
Oh, I never knew this. This is tea.
You were somebody that was already seen before you were actually casted.
Oh, wow.
So then it was like, then the audition go out or whatever, and then you actually apply, and then that's when you came back around. So it was like some gaps in time. So that's when you came back around of, okay, should we get this dude or not? And at the time, that's when the whole B cast thing was gonna be a talk, A cast and a B cast thing. And I was like, I said, I think he's a good fit. I think he's good and this and that. And then I think that's when I started saying to you, hey, you should consider this. You should consider this. I know you don't know me. You should consider this. And then you was like, I think you had said that you remember me because of Chasing Dallas and everything like that. And then that's when we kind of started talking. But yeah, that's what I could recall.
So this is what I remember. I remember doing the promo video for the Chasing Atlanta season 2 reunion that like announced that Madison was going to be the host, and you know, this is the reunion. You can get your tickets on Eventbrite. Da 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 da. I remember that going out because I had already become friends with Gardini, who was already trying to push me into the Chasing reality world. But I had like, dude, it was through Gardini that I went back and watched the show because I wanted to see like what is he talking about? Like what is he doing? And I watched it to catch up to season 2. And then that's where girl, we taking it back. Remember like early on when people would be like, "Oh, Oliver was in our DMs, da 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 da." You know, before the show, I think like Sky said something like that. It wasn't so much of me trying to get on the show because I never thought me being on the show was a thing. Because no tea, no shade, girl. You know, girl, I don't get down like y'all. You know, bitch, I was on the map team.
You just trying to get work.
You know, like I wasn't thinking about being on the show. And so I would, as I'm watching the show season 1 and then season 2 begins, I am like DMing the girls like, "Oh my God, I'm watching y'all show. This is funny. Da, 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 da." We having like light banter, but it was nothing like put me on the show. What did he say? Get me on the show. I want to be on the show. Some bullshit, you know, whispering in your ear, some bullshit. Kim with her big wig. But anyways, I remember doing the promo for the season 2 reunion. I came to the season 2 reunion. And from what I can remember, and I could be wrong, I remember you DMing me, and you said something about the work I had been doing with T.S. Madison because at the time, Queen Supreme Court was rebooting, and people were finding out that I was the one who was creating all these new flyers, all these graphics, all these little motion videos that Madison.
I asked you about a flyer.
Yes, that Madison at the time had never really had before. So everyone's like, "You girl, where's Madison getting all this shit from?" And people are like, "Oh, this is Oliver. This is Oliver." And so I remember you reaching out to me saying, "Could you help me, or would you be interested in being like of assistance when I do the second season of Dallas with assets and stuff like that?" And from there, it was where we started like talking and whatever.
Oh my God. Because what happened was I now really remember. So because you did the edit and I needed an editor at the time because things were growing. Okay. And I was just like, because things were growing. And so I was like, well, could you be an editor for Dallas and just help with like all the other stuff? Because I was like, we need to do a photo shoot. We need to do this. We need to do that. And then that's when you kind of told me what all you did. And then that's when it started.
Yeah.
On business first.
It was on business. Yes. And so I remember us, talking on the phone, our work dates and stuff like that. And so as we doing work dates, we talking more, we sharing more about each other, da 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 da. And so definitely by the time the whole Dewan thing had happened, you and I were already like on an everyday, girlfriend type of thing where I had shared, the story. And so the next thing I remember was the Chasing Atlanta auditions had been announced, and you was like, "So, you gonna audition, right? You gonna send in the tape, And I was scared. I ain't want to do it. I was like, "Girl, I don't know." And I remember really leaning on you a lot, like Reesie, like I don't know, I don't know what to do. Should I be nervous? Should I be worried? Da 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 da. And I'll never forget. I was landing in New York City when I found out I had got on Chasing Atlanta, and the girls who I was sitting next to, they still follow me to this day, and they still sometimes will comment on my Chasing Atlanta post and be like, "We remember the day you found out," because the girl, she was drinking, she had bought all of us drinks, she was like celebrating. And when the plane landed, the connection came back on, and I got my email and I saw it. I was like, and you were the first person I called. I was like, "Reesie, girl, I made it." And of course, you already knew. I
did. But see, here's the gag though. So Ondario didn't know how much we had been talking though. And so when I saw your video, because I remember it was edited. I remember, I don't know if you remember when you FaceTimed me on the way to the in-person meeting, because there was a meeting that y'all had.
I can believe it. Yes, we did. We did have an in-person meeting.
And you FaceTime me and you was like, "Girl, I don't know what's gonna happen." I was like, "Oh, you're gonna do all right," because I already knew about the meeting. Yes, and then I remember when the choices was made. Oh my goodness, the nostalgia of it all.
This is 2018. This is 6 years ago. It's crazy.
A long time.
It's a long time ago. Okay, so Before I talk about Chasing Atlanta season 3 with all the drama with Gardenia, all that stuff, I'm gonna talk about season 1, right? Because season 1 of Dallas for you. So it's a little foggy to me, but I just remember everybody was like at the reunion was gunning for you. The guy Charles. Did you and Charles have something going on, or you wanted it going on, or?
So because the first person I cast was Premier, because I remember me and Premier, we used to go on Sunday Funday like crazy, and I was like, friend, I think I got this idea. I think that we need to do this, and they gave me an opportunity. Would you be on the show? He was like, yeah, I'll do it. Whatever. He was just like, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
When I first moved here, because I'm the type of girl that's gonna approach.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. We just chit chat. Where is Premier? I haven't seen Premier on my timeline in a good little minute. I wonder if we still follow each other. What are you doing? Where he at?
He's around. He was the one who sent me the link to the Gardenia interview. I kid you not.
I believe it.
He
That
actually
is funny.
sent me the link. He sent me the link, and he was like, "Let me show you. I want to show you." He sent me it. Oh wait, you can't see, or can you see?
Because you're thinking. Oh no, I see. Okay, now I can see it a little bit.
He sent me the
Okay.
link. I said, "What's this?" He said, "Your name was brought up quite a lot. It was juicy." I said, "Oh, child, let me go watch." So, but no, Premier's around.
Okay, cool.
He's working. He works like corporate stuff. He's still with Fashionista. He's in a relationship. I just recently saw him. I want to say about maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we keep in touch. Like we text because he loves my best friend, so we keep in touch.
Okay.
But we don't hang out as much because we don't really party like that when I first moved here. But yeah. But with Charles, I had saw Charles.
Did you and Premier ever date?
No, we never dated. We went on like one date, but I think it was kind of like a little puppy love thing. It was just like, no, girl, this ain't gonna work. We just gonna be good girlfriends. And that's what that was. Charles, I saw him at a club one night and I thought he was so attractive. So I walked up and I was like, and mind you, I got a full beat on. I was like, hey, how are you? He was like, I'm doing good. How are you? And I was like, what are you drinking? And he was like, I can't remember what he said. Let's say cranberry and vodka. He was like, cranberry and vodka. And I was like, okay, cool. I said, are these your friends? He said, yeah. I said, what are y'all drinking? And they was like, cranberry and vodka. And it was like 3 of them. So I went to the bar, bought the drinks. They all got the drinks. And I was like, I find you really attractive. I think you're a very handsome guy. And he was like, well, thank you. I was like, can we exchange info? And then we exchanged, I think it was Instagrams. We exchanged Instagrams. And then that was it. I didn't see him for a while. And we would go back and forth and message a little bit. I mean, I'm a flirt, so I'm going to flirt. But then it just wasn't clicking like that. And so I just paid it. But then I remembered that he did like promo work for the Thick Boy Pride. And so I was like, oh, well, maybe he would be a good candidate for the show. So I circled back around. I was like, hey, I'm doing the show. Would you do it? And he was like, yeah. But see, he wasn't around a lot to actually be all into stuff. So when I started getting the tea, I had told him, I was like, listen, this dude hit me up or whatever. He's talking about this, that, like you this, you that. He was like, oh, that's a lie. I mean, that ain't nothing. And so I had already sent the recording to Ondario, and Ondario had put it in the teaser.
Oh, girl, Ondario gonna put it in there.
And so when he put it in there, that just opened a can of worms, and then we were at each other's necks, and he had went live on me. I tried to fight him on the season because I was new. I had took my earrings off, gave somebody my Gucci bag, and I was just like, so what happened?
Oh my God. TTB want to know, did you and Premier hunch?
No, we never hunched. I have never hunched with anybody on any cast of any of these shows. Nothing under the Chase Reality brand. Now, have I seen some people's nakeds? I have, but I ain't never did nothing with
them. The season 1 reunion, we have B King.
Yes.
B King.
King.
I always thought B King was like I honestly feel like that first cast of Dallas was a missed opportunity. Cause like B King to me is everything. I felt like Tony Price's story was like one of the best things about season 1 because it was real, it was raw. Yeah.
I think so. It was B. King, Tony Price, Premier, Markel, Charles, me. Am I missing something? And Aubrey.
Aubrey. Oh
Yeah,
my
Aubrey.
God. These movies have so many memories. Aubrey. Why did everybody hate you? Because everybody was like, Reesie G is doing nasty backbiting shit behind the scenes fucking with all of us. Which is honestly, Reesie, we're gonna talk about it more. That's honestly been like your story with everybody. Like Reesie G is doing all this crazy shit behind the scenes.
So now that I'm not, and I'm glad you're asking such the great questions, because now I can just be so, ooh. So
you gonna tell me the truth?
Mm-hmm. I'm fancy.
I like that.
So here, okay. So here's the speech. The girls wanted me to be playing favoritism. That's what the girls wanted. The girls wanted me to be team them and not team everybody else. Mm-hmm. So when stuff started happening, they didn't expect for it to happen, and then all the noise that happened with the show, we didn't expect for it to be such a big thing. So I think that's what kind of took it too, because it was like when Dallas came, we didn't think that Dallas was going to be we didn't think it was going to be a big shake at all. And so with me and Charles fell out because of some off-camera stuff. And then the on-camera stuff, when the teaser came out, he went live on me and he was just talking about how I'm this and that. And then all that got blended. Like his dislike for me off camera came on camera, and then it went to the reunion. For am I frozen?
You are.
Oh, can you still hear me though?
I can hear you. We can fix it. We can fix it right quick. We could go to commercial break and allow you to fix it right fast.
Okay, yeah, go to commercial and then let me fix it.
Okay, yeah. All right, y'all. Y'all stay till, cause baby, I'm finna crank it on Reesie G in a couple of minutes. Okay, I had to, we had to get it real sweet, But we finna crank it. We finna get into it. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Almost 400 people watching us live. I so appreciate it. Be sure to share this with someone, because I'm finna crank it, okay? I'm finna crank it. Listen, don't go anywhere. You are in the mix with Twixt, bitch. Kenny should leave your boxing gloves at the house, okay?
Need a daily fix? Get in the mix with Twixt, a live digital digest of queer commentary on reality TV and social media.
I do have to play devil's advocate just a little bit. I think Nene is above Tiffany Pollard.
Really?
Let me tell you something, bitch. If you hit me, I'm gonna hit you so hard, you got to go get your man.
Live every Monday night, only on the Oliver Twixt YouTube channel. Watch and listen as myself and my bestest squirrel and girlfriends get into our favorite guilty pleasures.
I know in working with children, we were always taught, like, children learn behavior through two things, for what's taught and what's allowed.
As for me and my house, we would serve the Lord.
You see what I'm saying?
What is like the main key advice that you would give?
Get a lawyer.
And you just never know who was going to stop by in the mix.
You know what, Sam? We're going to go to you first.
Let me say something right now. Just watching the show, my butthole was in a knot.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a lot, so buckle the up because I have so many opinions on this.
Don't miss a good laugh and some exclusive tea.
I have another phone call that I actually have recorded.
I think she's still in the bag, Dr. G. I'm waiting on her to get back on too.
Get in the mix with Twixt every Monday night, only on the Oliver Twixt YouTube channel. See you there.
Thank you so much, guys. We are back, and Reesie G's in the back. I'm gonna let him get himself set up for a little bit. Listen, guys, drop some questions down below, because I will ask them towards the end if I'm missing anything as we are getting into this deep dive with Reesie G. Okay. If you're enjoying it, let me know. Sound off in the comments. I'm really enjoying this. This was honestly unplanned, but it's happened, and I'm actually kind of happy it's happening. I'm really enjoying speaking to Reesie G, and he is back. He is back with us. Okay, you got it all fixed. Praise the Lord.
Yes, girl. They didn't want me to be great, girl. It was so much hot tea, girl. So much.
Okay.
Fun.
Okay, listen. So we finna keep it going. So I joined season 3, right? Now, from what I can remember about season 3, I feel like, bitch, you should have had a producer credit because you was always involved some type of way, right?
Baby.
I remember you flying in December. Remember you flew in December, and I think you stayed with me. You stayed with me. You stayed with me. You stayed with me.
Yeah,
bitch, you stayed with me.
I stayed and then I went to my mama's house. Yeah, afterwards.
Yeah, you went to your mama's house. But yes. But you flew in December, and we shot a lot of scenes that week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
please, let's go there.
Oh no, we're gonna go there. But before we get into all that, because this is a lot of behind the scenes tea I don't think the world has ever heard about or talked about. And I'm a bitch, I'm gonna tell it. You know, shit, I'm gonna tell it. Let's talk about Gardini taking the LLC. Or that's how it's always dubbed. But for real, y'all, like, honestly, in hindsight, now that I know more about LLCs and shit like that, like, honestly, what Gardini had did was honestly nothing. Now, if the nigga had spent $2,000 of what it cost to trademark the name Chasing Atlanta, then that would have been a whole other conversation. But he really just spent the money that says Chasing Atlanta. Like, anybody can create an LLC that says anything. Just because you create an LLC with this name doesn't mean you own the name. It means you own the LLC that has this name. No, baby,
that particular
that has that name, baby. No, you got to spend. I'm telling you, you got to spend about $2,000 plus to own the copyright to something, unless you fall underneath the jurisdictions of natural copyright laws, which is only really restricted to videos, audio, really video and audio. That's like a born copyright in America. What Gardini had did in hindsight, child, wasn't really nothing. But anyways, back then it was a huge thing. It was a huge thing. Take us down memory lane on what you remember about that whole fiasco.
Boom, boom, boom. Got a knock on my cell phone. And Dario says, "Oh, girl, this girl is going crazy." And I said, "Girl, what is the tea? What's going on?" And so she says, "This girl has went and bought an LLC, and it says chasing reality." No, it says, and so I was like, let me go look. So you know me, I'm a business girl. So I go and I look and I say, okay, let me see. And then so I'm looking at it, and then she sends it and she says, and she owns it, and she puts us as managers. And I said, managers? How you gonna put somebody as managers and she isn't even a part of the company? I said, well, have you talked to her? Has anybody talked to her? And he says, I can't get in touch with Kevon. And I said, okay. I said, all right, well, girl, LC. And she say, I don't know if I did. I need to go and see. So throughout all of that, she gets the Chasing Reality LLC. It's good, right? And so now Andera, you know how Andera get when he mad. So she's mad. She's mad, and she's like, girl, she's not a part of the show. We're not. She can't come back. Fuck her. And da 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 da. And I'm just like, well, girl, I mean, if she gonna give good show, girl, she got to give good show. We need to figure out exactly what to do. I said, have you talked to her? What's going on? So I called and talked to Gardini.
Girl, I never knew about this. Tell me more.
Right. So I called and I talked to Gardini. Gardini is pissed and mad and says, oh no, y'all trying to take over my friend brand, and this is fucked up. And Reesie, I don't really think it got nothing to do with you anyway, but Dario, she's trying to take over this motherfucking brand and da-da-da-da-da, just going off. And then she hangs up on me, and I try to call her back. She don't answer the phone. I try to call Kevon, don't answer the phone. So at this point, I'm like, girl, fuck them. I said, if she do another show, girl, it don't matter. You got Chasing Atlanta. You gonna do it. And that's when the posts come up of Chasing Atlanta, chasing what was it? Orlando, like something else.
DC. I don't know why I always remember Chasing DC.
It was like all this stuff that had came up, and I was like, girl, don't worry about it. I said, if she tries to do it, then great, but she's not gonna have the views. We got X amount of subscribers right now. You good, girl. And so at this, I don't think that people, and you can attest to it, but I don't think that people really understand how emotional Dario is.
He's an Aquarius. We're very emotional. We don't like the world to know that, but we're very emotional.
And like
he a January Aquarius too.
Oh my God, just crying and all tore up, and it was just like, it was a lot at the time for him. And it was just like, because people didn't understand that, this is no shade to Kevon, but Kevon wasn't putting up money for certain things. Kevon wasn't able to be at everything, because I think he had like a night job at one point in time, and so he wasn't able to go and film everything. Then Kevon at the time didn't have a car, so Dario would have to go and pick him up and bring him to the set.
I never knew all that.
It was even the heavyset boy. I can't the one that they eventually started dating.
His name started with a J. He used to be so sweet.
So sweet, but he
He
would
was
have
so
to go and
sweet.
pick him up and then bring him back, and he was doing a lot. Like he was picking, and he was still doing that all the way up until season 5. Honest, or
4.
season 4,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just always like a thing of I keep that off. It was always a thing of he's doing all this stuff for the show, and then how dare you come at him left when, and that's why he was so upset about this past season because Dario was like, he's not gonna throw up in your face what he's done until he get pissed off. I know
Mm-hmm.
my friend. And so that's what it was. It was like, I'm paying for this, I'm doing that, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Like the like one of the venues, the Coco Studios, that was
That
a
they toe
referral.
up.
So gag on this. That was a personal referral of mine. And I was like, girl, don't let these people come up in there and fight up on this place because
Which they
girl, that's my
did.
name. And they did. And I can remember Andera calling me saying, Reesie, I'm so sorry. I said, girl, what's up? I am so sorry. I said, what, girl? They done told this lady stuff. I said, oh Lord, girl, what happened? I didn't really care about it because I was able to call and we was good. But
Funky Dineva called me too because I think he was friends with the lady
child,
who owned it. He said, Oliver, what the fuck y'all
Coco.
did over there?
Because Coco was not having it, honey.
Mm-mm.
And because how I met Coco when I was working with Mushia on Cutting It, and we did a video shoot over there.
Who,
But
guys,
like,
Mushia is responsible for this, what you guys see today. I interviewed Mushia doing my days with Funky Dineva, and she looked at me, she said, what's that in your hair? And that was back in the day when I used to take track hair, black hair, or blonde hair, and I would dye it, or I had my hair person, Shamir, who's in Atlanta, he does a lot of hair. He would dye it gray, take a rat tail comb, put it on a little press thing and press it down to like burn the hair, and I would take it and separate it and then pin it down. And when she saw it, and she was like, can y'all get him a box of runway curls from the back? She was like, you need to stop doing that. But yes.
now gag, since the girls always love to say that I hate them and I was never supported with them, which one of your friends did I put on to work with Mushia?
Girl, was I around that time? I don't remember.
They used to have really long hair. Used to drive around the Chrysler 300 when they first moved to Atlanta. They was a part. They was a part of the Power of Three.
Oh, I never knew that to you. Are you talking about Quincy Harris? Oh, girl, I didn't know that too.
Do you want another full tea about that?
Oh, well, girl, you didn't said it.
Yeah. So
see, this is why. But
what
it's okay.
happened? See, this is why being in the mix with Twix is all you need. So,
baby, stop about being in the mix. The people just. But
picture it. Woodruff Art Center, the premiere of season 1 of Cutting It in the ATL, Reesie G, and Q is attending this event. I was styling Mushia at the time, did a couple scenes with her and everything. She's walking the red carpet. We watch the premiere of the show. This over with. Me and Mushia are kikiing. He is a newbie to the city.
Oh, you talking about when he had his dreads?
No, he had hair. His hair was just long. He just had long hair.
I never knew long hair Q.
He was etched up and he had long hair. It was long, probably as long as my locks.
Oh wow.
And he had a really struggle independent A to B gray Chrysler 300. Mushia was leaving. We was going to the after party and Q was around. I introduced them to, because I think I had just recently met him somewhere else. I introduced them to, and she needed like an assistant or something at the time. So I didn't know him, but I was just like, hey, Mushia, this is my friend Q. You know, he I know you look for an assistant. Maybe I could do some work. And she was like, okay, Reesie, I trust you. I love you. Let's go get drunk. You know how she talk. Cool. So we leave. He takes me to my my Suburban, and then we leave from there and go to the after party. Not even like a week later, this is at the beginning of Runway Curls, and he starts working with Mushia. I don't know how he stopped working with her, but he starts working with Mushia and helping her with that brand. But I don't live for him. I don't see it for him. I copy him and all that stuff.
Okay, let's put a pin in that real quick because we gonna get to that
Just
eventually.
saying.
No, I hear you.
But yeah, so jumping back, so Gardini LLC, boom. So then, one thing that I did like that he said on your interview was that he was down for Kevon and I was down for Andario. Period. And so my thing is, I didn't make any actions, but what I always push for with all of my friends is do what's gonna give you peace. I say if this is stressing you out, pay it. Do what gives you peace. And so when he made the decision to just kind of be like, because it was more so he was hurt at the fact that Kevon and Gardini were close, and then he was blindsided. And then when he finally brought it up, I wasn't on the phone call, so I'm gonna say allegedly, Kevon was like he didn't know that it was gonna happen, and we didn't believe him at the time. So that's where
Gardini said in our chat that Kevon knew, and I gagged because I always thought Gardini had just went and just did it. That was my understanding.
We didn't know what to think. We didn't know what to think because just like you said, we were all young. We were new to this. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know if this person was going to steal it, all this hard work that we put in. And so that's what we thought. We didn't know. So it was
405 people in the room watching you right now, Reesie G.
Yes, be in the mix with Twitch. Y'all better click that subscribe button and click that like button. Okay? And go follow. He is Oliver Twixt on Instagram. Okay. But anyway.
And Reesie G, honey.
Okay, and
Reesie G if you want the tea.
Okay. And so, that's what it was. And then so after that, so that's not where the train actually got off the tracks with Andario and Kevon, though. It was something, but the end all be all was when it was the money piece. It was the money piece. And it was like the reunion and the cost for the venue and how he kept saying, because I never heard about the rent thing or whatever. I don't recall hearing that. Like him paying the rent. I know that Andario paid some stuff when he was working at T-Mobile and everything. But I didn't know to the depth because I was like, girl, that isn't my business. So I don't really, hey girl, hey. But it was I can remember him showing me the screenshot and he was just like, Reesie, I gotta pay all this extra money for what they messed up at the reunion space.
I remember.
I gotta pay all this extra money, and he's crying on the phone. I hate to hear to hear him cry. He's crying on the phone. I'm like, girl,
I hate to see him cry too. That baby can cry.
I hate to hear anybody. It's ugly. It's so ugly.
It make you want to hug him.
Cry, okay. And it's like I said, girl, I said, listen, I said, well, you're gonna have to make a very hard decision. I said, either you're gonna continue to go through this, or you can try and get him a job where you work it. Like some has got to change because you can't just keep pulling money out like that. And I said, I'm tired of hearing you cry, friend. Like I'm tired of hearing you cry.
And can I give context? I want to give context. Back in the day, at least when I've joined Chasing Me Out, this is like season 3. And you already said it, and Dario was working at T-Mobile. And Dario used to put in his hours at T-Mobile and try to edit while he was at work, or get off of work at T-Mobile and go home to try to edit the episode, which is why like back in the day, our episodes used to be like 35 minutes, 40 minutes and stuff like that. He used to try to like edit as well as film, as well as coordinate the cast, as well as pay for stuff, as well as organize the producers, as well as deal with all this shit. And that's why, for me as a cast member, I used to try my very best to make his job easier because I just knew all the stuff that he had to do just based off the things that I was seeing and that he was sharing with me. The man was still working a full-time job during season 3 and 4 of Chasing Atlanta. Like, full-time job. I ain't talking about no part-time shit. Like, the nigga was going to work and still making sure Chasing Atlanta, Chasing Dallas, scenes was getting filmed, things is organized, storyboard is going, photo shoot is going. Like, he put in a lot of work. So I would always understand why the boy would be crying, or he would be upset, or he would be frustrated when people would do the shit that they did.
And what people don't know is like even on top of that, it was like when we were doing Dallas, like me and Andario would be on the phone till 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning on TeamViewer and FaceTime. like editing, like even though he's physically doing the stuff, he's like, hey, do you have something for this? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm sending him clips like while I'm laying in the bed, and then we falling asleep on the phone at the same time. And like, it was a lot of work that went into it. So when you have moments like this past season, when people don't appreciate the work that you're putting in, or people are trying to take claim for something that you know they didn't do now, and no tea, no shade, I was kind of conflicted because I was like happy that he was finally saying, fuck this, y'all ain't finna do me like this. And then it was because it was like, what people don't see is like life happens while you're doing everything, and you still got a job to, you still got to edit this show. You still got to put it out. And granted, the luxury, now that I edit, I really understand the gravity.
Oh, girl, you edited.
I edited the retreat, the whole retreat, and everything that I put out now, I fully edit now. You know
girl. Oh, you said fuck it. I'm just gonna do it.
Got to.
I know that's right.
And so it's like, you know, like I used to see, I know how hard work it was. And so like when all of that happened, it was really, that was the straw that broke the camel's back with the money piece. And I was just saying how, and then they had it out, and I was always pushing, why don't y'all need to talk, y'all need to talk. And they never got to a point with talking. And then I can even remember, do you remember that premiere party at, I don't know what that club was, when everybody kind of performed, like Kendra had performed that one night. You had performed. Had performed that night.
It was the only premiere party we ever had. It was the season 3 premiere party, and it was fucking amazing.
So gag on this. So that night, Kevon.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Somebody at the door. And Cookie, you hear Cook. Give me 1 second. Let me play a quick commercial so I can stop her from barking, because she ain't gonna stop. Y'all hear Cookie? She'll bite the fuck out you and come fuck with me, all right?
What's up, everyone? It is Darius asking you to check out my newest children's book, DJ Stands on Business. Follow along as 5 friends who are entrepreneurs by the name of Pixel, Raven, a dynamic duo we can learn, and a children's book author named DJ use their entrepreneurial spirit to save money to go on a trip to Mexico. So follow along as children can learn about terms that teach them about entrepreneurship and give them the opportunity to open up the world in the adventures of friendship and entrepreneurship. You can check out my children's book, DJ Stands on Business, as well as DJ's Favorite Day and Twinkle Little Star at www.kingdariusbooks.com.
Girl, it's Sasha, y'all, that's at the door that got the baby, that got the dog doing all this, y'all.
Who's that with my name? What's up, y'all?
It's Sasha, y'all.
Who's that with my name?
Sasha, I'm at work.
I'm at work. If you at work, I'm at work, right?
Yeah, I know that's right, Daddy. All right. Okay. Yes. What was you about to tell me before I had to jet out right fast?
Oh, you remember that night Kevon came to the party, right?
Okay.
So he walked into the party.
I remember the party. I remember I was lit and I had my glasses on.
Lauren England was there. I still have those photos. He walked into the party and I was finna hug him, and he was like, I don't fuck with you. He sure did. And I was like, and then Andario was like, and girl, it was what it was. Lauren saw it and she gagged. Everybody, we all gagged because it was like, what?
But Kevon would give it up that way, though.
He won't give it up.
He would give it up that way. So I believe it. I believe it because Kevon tried to pull me together. I'm like, what did I do?
And I didn't understand why. I didn't get it. Why? I didn't understand. And the only thing I had chunked it up to was the whole Chase and Dallas thing, and maybe he felt like I was pushing him out or whatever. But that never was the case. It just was what it was. Like, it was just. I can try and chunk it up to we were young. We need to learn how to talk to each other and everything like that. And that was it. But to speak to Andario did try to circle back around and speak with him years later. And he just was not receptive to it.
Yeah.
And so honestly, because I saw a piece of the finale live that he did, and I think he had came up. I couldn't even watch it because it was like really hard to watch. So I had cut it off. to see them kind of go back and forth like that. Yeah.
So let's get down to season 3, child. I said it earlier, child. Reesie G really should have been a producer because Reesie G used to be all up in our business. Now I didn't care about it, and I'm gonna be real. I'm being real with y'all. You know, shit. Me and Reesie G was friends, and Reesie G used to make shit happen. So you know, I didn't mind Reesie G meddling because Reesie G was going, you know, at the time he was gonna look out for me. So you know, I'll never forget, you came to Atlanta that December, right? And we shot that scene at that toy giveaway. If y'all go back to season 3, there's a scene where the whole cast is present at a toy giveaway. And that was the day where Dario and I became friends because it was so much shit going the fuck on that day. What do you remember, Reesie G?
Everything. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Oh, it first started when I was coming to help my friend out to film this scene at the toy drive for the
children. If you don't mind, I would love to jump in and out to like flesh this out too. If you don't mind.
Definitely jump in. So mind you, let's jump back though, because I had came and I had helped direct and film the scene at Henry's.
I forgot about this. Yes, you did. Girl, we tore that place the fuck down.
So this is the first time that people are meeting Reesie G. They've watched Chasing Dallas. They heard about what I do. I'm in town. I'm helping my friend out. Me and Oliver took the Uber together to ride to go and do the filming.
Still have those videos in my phone, Reesie.
So we go, we film. I'm calming everybody. Yeah, everybody calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fun fact. That sweater I had on, I bought that from Nini's store. Greg sold it to me.
Damn. I love that for you. So we go, we do that scene, and then Dario, because mind you, the reason why I had to come in and help was why we didn't know if Kevon was going to show up.
We'll say it now.
So I was like, you know what? And the reason I was in town, because my mom was sick at the time. And so I was in town back and forth between Atlanta and Dallas helping. So then we go do this scene, right? So I don't know what Montel's tea was. I don't know what they was giving.
Montel did not like you, bitch.
I don't know what Kool-Aid they had drunk. Because mind you, before that, me and Montel would ping pong on social media. You know, it'd be a little, oh, he thick, oh, you cute girl, and he, you know. And then the first hint of, oh, it's some shit was I was filming a scene and We Were Born were there. And I think Jaytwan he wasn't in the shot, and I was filming it with my phone. He wasn't in the shot. And so Berlin was like, I was like, where's Jaytwan? We need him in the shot. And she was like, oh, he over there helping the kids. You know, he love the kids. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I said, hold on. I said, let's pause right there, y'all. I said, can you say that again? And I started filming because I wanted to hear her. I wanted her to say why Jaytwan was not there. He over there helping the kids. You know, he love the kids. That's what it was.
And we're talking about the toy giveaway scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, right.
The Christmas toy giveaway thing with the kids there, and they served the food and everything. The food was good.
The food was good.
I helped bring the food in. Literally picking up the trays and bringing it in. Okay.
Who put that thing together? Was it Jen?
Jen was a part at that time. She was a part, yes.
And I love Jen. Jen is that's my girl. I love me some Jen, but I think Jen had fucked up something. I think Jen had fucked up something that night.
I don't think that's not what fucked. I don't know what.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up. Keep going.
That night, I don't know what happened with the production side. I know I was just there to help. You know, I'm just here to do we're doing our jobs. I'm just here to do my job. So then she was like, "Oh no, I'm not saying that again. I'm not into that. You know, I don't do nothing. I don't do no mess like that. I'm not saying that again. No, this is Berlin, right?" And I was just like, "Okay, well, we'll just continue." I was just like, you know, it didn't. Which later on snowballed into the whole allegations of me trying to make it look like he was a pedophile. You remember that?
I remember, oh, girl. I remember all this, girl. You bring all this shit back to my memory. Yes, I remember that being talked about.
And then the allegations of Jay Twan and Kevon was canoodling. Let's stay at the party though.
But you know, I didn't know about that. I'll tell you when I finally found out about that.
So we still at the party, right? And so while we're at the party, and we're filming and everything, here comes Montel, and he's just kind of looking at me sideways, like, girl, why is she here? Why is she over? She always had she had this air of, why is she trying to be on our show? And she got her own show. Like, what is that about? And I was just like, girl, I'm not here for you. I'm here because my friend said, hey, come hold the camera. I got a ride to come to and from. That's what that is. So we get into, because the venue was like split. On one side, it was like the kids and the tables and stuff like that. And then on the other side, it was like an empty area where like they had like extra tables and chairs. So I asked Daria, I was like, okay, so are we done? Do we need to catch more? And she was like, yeah, we need to catch one more scene of, I think, them unwrapping the gifts or something like that. I said, okay, cool. So now, mind you, before that, I had asked production that was standing in the photo. I was like, what's going on? I said, what's going on with Montel? He seems like, what's going on? He seems a little off. Is this how you always act? So, and they was like, oh, that's just him, you know, it's whatever. I said, okay, cool. Somebody on production walks over to Montel and tells him what I had said. So I don't know how it was delivered or whatever, but it was delivered in a way that he didn't like.
Who is someone?
I can't remember who exactly it was. That's why I said someone. I don't know, but I know it was somebody on production. So I go and I'm trying to gather the girls all together so we can do this last scene so we can get up out of there. This is when Montel is
my grade.
So okay. So Montel was like, I mean, Reesie, if you got something to say, you can just say it to my face. I mean, you don't have to go around and about. And I looked at her. I said, excuse me? I said, we have a scene that we have to shoot.
Yes! Just like this, you like, we have a scene we have to shoot.
I said, we have a scene that we have to shoot. And she was like, I mean, if you got something to say, then you need to go ahead and say it. I said, I don't know what's been said. I'm sorry. Are you gonna shoot the scene or not? Because we have a scene that we have to shoot. So what are we doing? Because like you want your moment, but you weren't finna get it. And so then she was like, I mean, I'm just saying. I said, you're not gonna get loud with me. I said, we're not gonna do that because we got work to do. So either we're gonna do it or we can do it without you. So then
bitch, I remember
somebody
this.
Somebody comes up and they're recording it. So, you know, I was like, okay, girl, I'm like, if she really wants this for the camera, she wants to see a bitch go down the slide. We can go down the slide. Because, and so mind you, everybody is standing there looking at us kind of bicker back and forth. Everybody was getting into it. And they was like, because I was just like, girl, wait a minute. This me now. You done heard the stories. You know the story. But let's not do that. From that moment on, Montel has not liked me.
No.
From that moment on, he has not liked me.
That Christmas scene was a mess. And I can't remember. I would have to talk to Endario again to find out because he would jog my memory. But I remember whatever happened. And I really feel like it had something to do with Jennifer. Like, I really feel like it had something to do with Jennifer. But that was the day him and I, we locked eyes. It was like, okay, you know, whatever. The next scene that you direct was the iconic, infamous scene at Henry's. When, girl, me and Kendra get into it, Lauren show up late. This is the scene where we're basically like, the new cast is meeting.
That was before. That was before we did the Christmas thing.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
You may be right.
That was my first time meeting We Were Born. And that was my first time meeting Kendra.
What do you remember about that scene? Because you was there.
Ooh, child. Girl. When I tell you, was that the disrespect you gave?
The
with the nail
disrespect you
scene?
gave.
That's the legendary line. So the
Legendary.
disrespect that you gave was enough. That scene there. And then Lauren came. I remember Lauren was late.
Late.
Came, she was like, "What's?" I was like, "What is going on?" She was like, "What's going on?" I said, "Stand outside with your umbrella. Let me tell you what's going on before you come up in here, because this is what's going on." We was at Henry's, and the white people was on the other side. They were like,
"Baby, we tore that place to pieces."
When I tell you, y'all was hooping and hollering up in there, you would have thought that it was Zeus. Y'all was hooping and hollering up in there. Y'all didn't tear nothing down.
But it was just a lot of energy.
It was a lot of energy, but it made for good TV though. It was.
I want to talk about what led up to that moment between Kendra and I, right? So, okay, this is what I remember, and I'm really pulling from it right now. So I shot a scene, I believe it was the scene with Lauren, Q, and Troy when we was at the zoo thing, and it was discussed there that we would all go to Kendra's party. Like, I can't remember who was there that linked it, that said we're going to Kendra's party. When I got to Kendra's party, nobody was there like that said that they was coming. It was just me that was there. So I was like, okay, well, what's going on? And I'm gonna call names, all right? And so Mark was there, Curie was there. I don't know if Andario was there. And I can't remember Andario or Kevon being there, but I know for sure Mark and Curie was there.
Kevon wasn't there.
Well, just hold it. And I walked in and they said, Oliver, just go downstairs, okay? And so I went downstairs and I said hi to everybody. I'm saying hi. And so I'm like, okay, is somebody gonna direct the scene? Is somebody gonna tell me to do something? So I literally just sat down and I'm like, okay, what's going on?
I remember.
I'm like, what's going on? The pizza was gone, the blue juice in the cup was gone. It was really like no order or structure going on. So I'm like, okay. So I think I met Kendra. We talked. I met Wayne. We talked. We went outside, right? And I'm calling my Uber, getting ready to go home. Mark pulls out a camera and it's like, because I think we were talking. I was talking to him. He was like, well, what did you think about it? So I'm talking to him. And Dario's in the chat, y'all. I'm talking to Mark, and I'm like, he's like, well, what do you think about the event? I'm like, well, it was this. Mark pulls out a camera and begins to film like an on-the-spot confessional of me doing it. And of course, y'all, I'm new. In my brain, I'm like, well, bitch, this is reality TV, I'm just gonna say it. So I'm saying all this stuff about the situation, right? Fast forward to Cameron's party. I see Kendra and I'm going like to hug Kendra. Kendra is already pissed at me. She did not see it for me. And so she's like, you and I gonna have to talk. We're gonna have to talk. And I'm like, well, what the fuck we gotta talk about? Because this is, I just saw you at your party. We never had no strange words. Like, I literally saw you a couple days at your party. And that's when her and I get into it about like what I said about the party and all this other stuff. If you go back to the scene, you never really hear what I had to say about it because it was never like an in-scene moment. I'm talking to the producer. Yeah. The producer, Mark, went back and told her what I said, which is why she came to the Cameron's party so crunk with me and upset at me.
The first time you could address it, or the first time there was a conversation about it, was going to be at Henry's.
But we ended up talking about it upstairs at Cameron's party when I'm drunk, bitch. When I tell you I was drunk, y'all, I have to go back and watch that scene, y'all. But Oliver was drunk. Like, I had fell on the floor. I was slurring my words. The gray was leaning all the way to the left. I was a drunk man. I had it. Girl, Dewan and Devon was at the party. It was like everybody was at that party and I just was having a good time. And we get up to the stairs and that's when me and her have that back and forth. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, and I'm thinking, well, I haven't said nothing to the cast about anything. Why is she upset with me about? And even in that moment, it never clicked to me that somebody from production went back and told her what I said, which then that energy lingers on to the whole Henry scene where she come in already upset with me. And then we have this situation and you hear me say like, come talk to me if you want to know what I feel and what I think and all that.
Because you wasn't trying to do all that rah-rah. Because I remember we was talking about it on the way, and I was like, well, you're not going to fight. Like, this is a public place. That's not what's happening. And you was like, you just didn't know what to expect. And so when everything started happening, that's why, if y'all go back and watch that episode, that's why, Oliver, you was sitting there ready and anxious, but then you were just like, what's happening? I thought we were good, type of thing. And it was just completely, the disrespect that you gave was enough.
And then Reesie G steps in again and produces another scene. Remember that very next day, because Lauren was late and Kendra and I had came to like a common ground at Henry's. Because we shot that scene that Saturday. That Sunday is how we got that whole brunch scene at my house.
At your house.
Where you then pop up on camera, on screen. I miss those days of Chasing Atlanta where, bitch, we was really filming in real time. You know,
it wasn't supposed to happen.
It was not supposed to happen.
But I was like, okay, well, girl, I'm just gonna walk up the street and then we just gonna do this. And Adair was like, okay, let's do it. We was like, okay. And then I came in and I said, who?
Okay, I'm trying to think. Where's another good place to go from this? Okay, so season 3 happens. Yada yada yada. Girl, it's all this drama with Reesie G and the cast and all this foolishness and all this going on. Let's go to the whole tasing. Go ahead.
And then Kevon said, and then you text me and you said, girl, Kevon said you cannot come on the cast trip. I said,
because you were supposed to come. I was going to bring you. You were supposed to come. Oh my God, Reesie G, you're bringing back so many fucking memories right now. Because let's be very clear, and bitch, I'm talking my shit on my own shit. Oliver is the first cast trip outside of the state, right? And a lot of people was upset about that. I don't know why the people was upset, but they was upset that I was the first person to bring an out-of-state cast trip and was actually able to make it happen. And I wanted to bring you because at that time, the cast wasn't really, I didn't know what was going on. And I'm like, bitch, girl, I need to come with the troops. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be in this house by myself with all these killers and crazies.
And Dario was all for it. And then Kevon said, no. I said,
Okay, so here's some tea. I don't know if I ever told you this. So before we go on the cast trip, I get a call from Gardini, right? Who says like he's back on the cast, right? Like he's back on the show, right? And that's when Gardini and this is like maybe 2 nights before we go down to Miami, maybe the night before we ended up going. And Gardini's like, he tells me about him knowing about allegedly whatever was going on with Kevon and Jatwan, right? And I just remember Gardini talking about, yeah, girl, they're going bowling and they're going out for ice cream and all this stuff. I didn't know at the time that Gardini had liked Kevon or whatever Kevon and Gardini had. I didn't know shit about that, right? I didn't open my mouth about it. I said, well, girl, I mean, shit, I don't fucking know. I don't know.
But the gag is, I was getting tea about that from another cast member.
Who?
I can't say.
Oh, girl, now don't do that shit over here, man.
But I was getting tea about, I was hearing about them talking, dating, or they had went down there. A pair had went in Florida. They went out to eat and went on a little date.
I mean, I don't know if it was the date, but I do remember the people, we was looking for people and we couldn't, whatever. I'm not getting into all that. But
then my name is brought up on the episode.
Yes. Was it during that fight scene, the tasing scene?
At the pool.
Okay, so I just remember getting a text from Kevon that said, before I walked into that house, because I was the last one to arrive. Well, one of the, because Lauren wasn't staying there, but I was the last one to get there. And I got a text from Kevon that says, whatever happens, go with it. And I was like, what are you talking about?
I remember.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean go with it? Like, what's going on? I'm thinking like, what has happened already? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't got no beef with Jatwan, so I thought.
You kept saying, Reese, I don't know what the fuck I'm finna walk into. I don't know what the fuck I'm finna walk into. I don't know what the fuck. And I was like, girl, just walk into it, girl.
Which is why when you go back to the pool scene, you see me like in a permanent, my shoulders is up, like, I don't know what's going on, and how am I not involved about you talking about you with Kevon and all the other shit? I don't know shit about this. I literally just got a phone call from Gardini telling me about this. I ain't told nobody about this. So
Because you
how am I
fucking
not?
running your mouth to Reesie G. I was like, why am I in?
Did we ever talk about it?
No.
I don't remember us ever talking about them. And I mean, no tea, no shade, girl. We wasn't talking about them, you know. No tea, no tea, no shade. I didn't know anything. I didn't know a thing about a thing other than what Gardini had called me and told me the day before, or like 2 days before. And now I'm finna get electrocuted in the pool. Your audio's doing something. No. Can y'all hear Reesie G?
Maybe my AirPods.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay.
The people asking me in the comments, I don't know if they were. In order for me to know, I would have to be there to see it. I don't know. And I really don't care. It wasn't my dick or coochie. It wasn't my, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care.
I just wonder if they was hunching, who was hunching who, because
oh my God.
From what we know, them two,
I don't know shit.
To each his own.
Okay, so let's fast forward a little bit. Let's fast forward to, I think, the part where you and I first start falling out. What do you remember about? What do you remember about us? Our first time falling out. We made it past the reunion of season 3.
So I don't think that we fell out. I just kind of felt like our communication slowed down. You know, I was doing production with Chasen, and you were super busy. You know, you was like, your star was, the dynamite was finna pop. And I had kind of felt some type of way because, like, whenever I would call, it would just
come
be
on,
like,
honesty.
I'm just saying,
I loved
would feel
it.
some type of way
Because that's what I remember.
Like, I was calling, and I was just like, "Hey, girl, what's going on?" "Oh, nothing, girl. I'm on my way to the hotel room. I gotta go to bed because Madison, and then we gotta go and do." And I was just like, "Okay, well, go ahead and get some sleep then. You know, I'll call you later." And then later never came because, you know, you was busy, and then we lost touch. And then me and Ariel had started to be really good friends. And her and Madison would still talk a lot, and then you would be in the background, and then y'all would communicate and stuff. And I would just be like, "Well, girl, I mean, that's how I'm gonna have to just start communicating through you to Oliver," because he was so busy. And Dario was like, "Well, maybe you should just call and talk to him. Just call and talk to him. Just trying to talk to him." And I was like, "Okay, well, okay, I'll try." And I vividly remember me and Markel, we were going to this like this little Chinese place or whatever, and you had called me. And I was like, "Hey, what's up?" And you was like, "Well, you know, it was told to me that, you know, you've been kind of feeling some type of way." And I was like, "Well, I ain't really feeling that type of way. It's just, you know, girl, you're just so busy that I just, you know, I can't talk to you about, you know, regular girlfriend stuff no more because it's always work and you're just busy and that's it."
God.
And it was just like, and you was like, "Well, I'm gonna try to, you know, be more." And I was like, I mean, it's cool. I mean, you're doing your, you know, do your thing, but, you know, it's just, you know, we don't talk as much and we're just losing touch. And because like what people don't get is like during the off season for the show, you were never at home. And like
Thank
this
you.
is when you like you had finally like was able to pay your bills off of your money and everything. So I did feel I was sad because I had lost the you know the person that was calling all the time, but I still had other people that I was, you know, in close proximity with, like Andaria. Like you were one of 3 phone calls a day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were one of four phone calls a day. It was you, it was Andaria, it was Ariel, and it was my best friend. Like you were one of those, and then to lose that, because like what people don't get is like when I get very, very tightly. But that's what it was. And I think that as time kind of went on, it was kind of like, you know, I stopped following you on social media, and then we weren't checking in, and then you rumors started about, you know, me not really seeing it for you, and then it was like telephone. And then the only person that was kind of in between us was Ondario, who, you know, he stays out of people's, you know, he stays out of it. And it was just kind of like that thing of, well, you know, I mentioned your name to Oliver and he scrunched his face up. And, you know, I mentioned your name to Reesie and, you know, he scrunched his face up. And it was kind of like that thing. And then so like being, you know, from the South, it was like whenever somebody would bring something up that was bad, I know for me, I believed it. I just believed it. Like if it was something negative, I just believed it. And I was just like, you know what? I'm on this wavelength with life. He's on that wavelength with life. If we not cool no more, cool. But if I see him, I see him. If I don't, I don't. It is what it is. So I don't really feel like it was ever a falling out, because I don't think I've ever said anything outside of like little, you know, little shady things here and there because I didn't know you anymore. But like, I was happy to see your growth. So I never thought that, you know, I wasn't a part of your life anymore, but I was just okay with, you know, we'll come back around. You know, that's kind of what I was, you know, we'll come back around. So it was just like, not in like I didn't care, but it was just, you know.
It almost makes me emotional because you sound like Gardini. And I feel bad, and I feel like I owe you an apology, for making you feel that way, even though that was never my intention.
Let me tell you why you don't owe me an apology. I'm gonna tell you why. When I was same age you were, I was a stylist at the time though, and then like all these opportunities was coming, I was neglecting a friend too. So I knew where it was coming from. So I don't think that it came from a malicious place. And I think that when opportunities come about and you start feeling your own, of course you're gonna feel your own. But then like even when Queen Supreme happened and Gardini was on with Madison and me and Shauna came to the house.
And there's that photo of you, me, Shauna Rooks, and Gardini, bitch. Oh my God, yes.
And when Shauna, we came to the house, we were fine, you know, and time had passed, but I mean, we kind of picked up where we left off. But then because I wasn't in Atlanta as much, I think time just kind of took over, whatever. And so crazy thing, when y'all was talking about that night, I remember that night vividly. And I remember why me and Shauna left. Because of the mess that was brewing. But yeah, so I mean, I don't think that there's an apology or anything like that. I just think that hindsight is always 2020. And I think that because people like you, myself, Lauren, Ondario can be in this equation, and like when opportunities present themselves, we have to take them because we don't know if there's going to be another one. And we may not, and we just mismanage the people that are around us. If they're not our immediate family, we just mismanage those people. And it happens because we're human, you know? And I don't think that deserves an apology. I just think it was just a situation of, if we can come to an understanding, because I understand, you know, I get it because I was there. And it's just like, okay, well, moving forward, what we gonna do moving forward? If we cool, but at least it's kind of like a mano y mano type of thing.
Okay, so from my perspective, I went from being nobody, broke, to now being the hottest thing on the fucking internet, you know? When Oliver Twixt debuted on Chasing Atlanta, bitch, it was a thing. Like it was like, girl, who is this boy over here that's doing all of this? And then that's when all these opportunities started coming. And bitch, I mean, Reesie, you know, like, girl, I wasn't broke or homeless, but girl, I was in the early stages of trying to like figure it out. And I remember my attitude at that time was I was a little overwhelmed with work. You know, I was creating for Madison full time. I was on Chasing Atlanta. I'm getting booked to perform almost like every weekend. I'm now like traveling. I'm going places I've never been. I'm in hotels by myself. I'm on buses by myself. I'm going. But you remember I went from Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale to Dallas to New York to New Jersey to Memphis to like another place within like I wasn't home that summer. And so I was like getting used to this new life that I'm now a part of. And bitch, I used to be tired. Like I used to be butt tired. I used to be butt exhausted. And I never felt like I was neglecting my friends, or I never knew until like now that I'm talking to y'all the the position and the weight that I held with you all and how you guys viewed me. You know, in my brain, I'm like, okay, well, everybody, you know, we all just working. We all just out here, you know, just doing our thing. Da 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 da. Yeah, girl, you know what you doing, girl? I'm tired. You know, and I remember it's funny that you said that because, and you mentioned Dario's name. When I asked him, like, why is Reesie mad at me? He mentioned, like, you know, like every time y'all talk is, you know, you tired from this. You know, you gotta go do this, which was honestly my life at that time. That was my real life. It wasn't like I was bragging or doing nothing like that. It was like, girl, I'm tired. I gotta go find an outfit for this. Like we gotta go to Dallas Pride for this. I gotta get a plane ticket for this. I gotta do this. And so, like in hindsight, I do feel bad because I'm now realizing how my life and where it was going caused me to neglect my friendships. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so that is where the apology does come from, because that was never my intention. And I wasn't aware of that until I became aware of it. And then once I became aware of it, it was kind of like, okay, well, why didn't Reesie just come and talk to me and tell me? Like, why is he telling somebody else what he feels about me? Or, why won't he just text me like, bitch, I need to talk to you because I'm feeling this way, X, Y, and Z. Which then at that time, you got to think I'm coming off the heels of season 3 where, you know, it's been all this back buy-in and you know, we friends this day, we not friends. Me and Troy friends, now we all of a sudden we done fell out. I don't know why we fell out. You know, all this stuff going on. At that point, the moment I saw like a discrepancy, I just was like, okay, I'm just going to back up. I'm just going to back up because I don't know what's going on and I got to protect my peace. I got to protect my energy. You know, in my brain, I'm like, if these people really knew me, they know they could just come talk to me. You know, if there's a problem or an issue, and I wasn't fully aware of how I was coming off to other people, you know?
Yeah. And you know, for me, it wasn't, I understood because I knew how much you wanted this. I mean, like, I don't even think maybe you, or I'll say it to everybody in the chat, like you neglected your music because of the content that you were creating. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't understand, like when you was in college, music was your life. You know what I'm saying? And so you neglected your music. I remember when you let me hear what's the song? The house song that you had did. The one
Or
where
you
you
sound
did the
like
video with the character.
Gardini. Sugar, the Janet Jackson
Sugar.
sample.
When you did Sugar, I remember the day you got the approval from the
DJ.
the sample,
Mm-hmm.
and it took you like a year and a half to put that out. You know, so I mean, I get it, but I will say that you had people around you that spoke up for you. When negative thoughts was coming about. So that you always had people in your corner. Because I mean, I would check in with Ondario to see how you're doing. You know? And there's no shade of, you know, it's just a, you know, little joke or whatever because we were extremely close at the time. And I mean, you was doing your big one. And you know, I watched from the bushes and, you know, I was just like, you know, hey, do it. You know?
Oh, I love this. This is amazing. I didn't know we was going through all this tonight.
There's one thing that I would like to bring up.
Okay.
Because I never addressed it publicly, but there was a time when the announcement came out on TTB where you were going to be on the cast for Chasing Atlanta. You were coming back. You were the first person to be announced, and he did a blog post about it. And I had DM'd him, and I was like, can you take that down? Because I didn't know at the time that it was for it to be public or whatever. And so I had saw it, and then I don't think that Ondario had said, yeah, he didn't really care about it, but I had sent the message prior to, and then he was like, oh, I already talked to Oliver, it's cool, da, da, da. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. And then he had said to you on like a live, but you know, somebody didn't want this to be posted, and you were like, who? And then he was like, Reesie G, and you was like, oh, girl, whatever. And so just wanted to put that out there. It wasn't anything like that. It just was what it was. I didn't know. That's
You
all it was.
know, I'm not gonna lie. In hindsight, I felt like, and I do feel like my what got me there is extremely valid. I felt like everybody was like trying to get at me, like I just felt like people was like mad at me all of a sudden. I'm like, what's going on? And I just started viewing everything like, girl, everybody over there. I'm just the safest places for me to just be right here. You know what I'm saying? I wanna move it along. The first, and girl, we finna get into it.
Uh-oh.
So this was for me the first moment where I was like, I'm not sure if like Reesie G is being genuine or like real with me. I came and I filmed for Chasing Dallas season 2, right? Bitch, she got a green screen that had never been done before. Like me going to Dallas was like a thing, right? I was there for like maybe like an episode and a half. Film with the people, all that. We filmed this scene at nighttime where you and Markel get into it, right? And y'all, the throwing of the ice, the all this other shit, right? And I was staying with you because I had came there with Madison because she was hosting Pride.
And she did. No, she didn't do a lot. She did Pride.
No, we were on the pool with Cash Doll. When Cash Doll had did these niggas for everybody. That's when these niggas for everybody was a thing. And Madison had that cake that Ariel made. Y'all filmed the scene. We was in the hotel. I had the room next door to Madison. My first time meeting King Kang in person. Oh girl, we finna get into all this. Okay. And so I filmed the scene, and so I stay in Dallas, right? I filmed the scene with y'all. You and Markel get into this fight with the ice, and like we're in the car that night. Like, girl, you like fuck her, do all this other stuff. I'm like, yeah, like this bitch tried to do all this shit. Like, girl, we was finna whoop her, like all the da 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 da. And I remember waking up the next day, and I don't know if you thought I was asleep or napping. I remember walking out, and did I see a text message? Did I have your phone? And basically, you and Markel had made the whole thing up. And when I tell you, I was like, why didn't Reesi tell me this? Like, why didn't she? Like, girl, she had me thinking this man is all the girl. She is reading her down to me. Like, this is after the camera started rolling. So I'm like, okay, girl, like, even if this was fake, like, after the camera started rolling, like, girl, she is still reading her. She is still mad. Like, girl, I'm thinking they is in a real life thing. And then I'm finding out it's all fake. And I'm like, well, I'm thinking to myself, well, bitch, what the fuck else is fake? Like, what's really going on? Like, am I really gung ho for somebody that's like telling the truth? I can't hear you, babe.
Am I out again?
Okay, now you're back.
Okay. So we're in the mix with Twix is what I said. Is it feedback or can you hear me? You good?
It just went out again.
Oh, girl, what is going on with my technology?
The headphones probably dying.
Okay, well, let me put this other one in. How about now?
That's better.
Okay, sorry. So let me know if it go out because this is key. So that night when the ice and everything happened, right? What, it went out again?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
my friend Sasha over here doing shit.
So that night, because that night Ariel performed, it was for Dallas Southern Pride. I remember it very clearly. So when I walked into the venue and I had you with me, Markel was kind of shading me a little bit. And I was like, girl, what's the tea? So I paid it or whatever. So then we went outside and then we got into this argument and we were going back and forth and she was coming for me like hard and tough. And I was like, girl, what is going on? And so I started reading because I was like, okay, so every man for themselves. Okay. So then we're standing at the front. And so I'm filling in Ariel and you were in the scene and everything. We're filling each other in and everything. So I'm pissed off. We're mad, all of that. Now, all of that was real. The part that came in that was not was he called me and he was like, I did that, didn't I? And I was like, girl, what are you saying? And he was like, "Oh, girl, I ain't got no problem with you. We good. I just needed to, we need to spice it up for the show because, I wanted to make sure that we was good and spicing it up." And I was like, "Okay." So then that's when I changed his name in my phone because if you remember, it didn't say Markel from the text messages. It said a different name. So I changed the name of my phone. And then that's how we were texting back and forth about like if we was gonna pull some shenanigans on the show. So everything that night was real, but from there on, it was not. Spoiler.
Okay. So, but even okay, so that happened. I went to New York after that. I went to New York after that, and I went to New Jersey after that. Like it was. We didn't fall out. So this is what I remember. Like what was really like what the fuck is going on? I remember being at home in Florida, and I remember Stone calling me. You remember Stone? Remember Stone that used to be on Facebook reviewing our show? I remember Stone called me and was like, "Oliver, what the fuck is going on?" And I'm like, "What you talking about? What are you talking about?" I talked to Reesie G, and Reesie G is telling me all this stuff about how you slept with King Kang in Dallas. About how when y'all came over to the room, y'all's pants was unzipped and all that. And then he was like, "Oh yeah, Reesie G told me that Q was homeless and all this other stuff." And I'm like, what is going on? Now I'm gonna omit a little bit. I ain't gonna blow the spot all the way up. You omitted something earlier, so this is my card to omit something. Let me just say, when Stone told me that, it wasn't necessarily like my first time hearing. That was my first time hearing about the King Kane part. That wasn't my first time hearing about Reesie G being involved or knowing about or talking about Q being homeless, right? Which then made me believe everything else that Stone was saying. Oh, bitch, I was heated with you. And it was like a third thing. My memory is slipping me, but it was something else that Stone alleged that you had told him or that you had said. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm done with this bitch. Like, I'm over it. Like, I'm just done. Like, I'm done. Like, I just, yeah, why is this a thing? And I think at that point, you and Q had already been publicly at odds, or like y'all had already had a run-in by that time, my memory getting a little fuzzy, but I do remember calling Q. I do remember calling Q, and I didn't tell him. I don't think I told him at the time about the Reesie thing. I would have to ask Q about it, but I just remember telling him like, "Q, I don't know what the fuck you doing, but you need to stop involving people in your business. Like, just fucking stop. Like, just stop." And he got mad at me because I wouldn't tell him the full story. But then I would have to bring this person in it, this person in it, this person in it. Listen, y'all, I've learned my lesson, girl. Miss Oliver would never do these things, but she was a young girl just getting around the girls she learning. But I'm feeling like I'm looking out for Q because in my brain, okay, now Reesie G didn't suck his claws into Q. Now he's trying to sink his claws into me. That's all I got for right now. You can chime in.
So the Q homeless thing, I think that was like a conversation around the chasing internet world or whatever at the time. I didn't really see it for her because she was saying some other stuff. So it was just like, I was leaning into anything negative about her. I was leaning into it because I didn't see it for her. And then me and him had a conversation about it. We squashed our stuff and that was it. And I want to say it was leading up to whenever he did that scene where him and Cameron had got into it on Chasing. I think we had a conversation before that and we had kind of squashed everything. So I thought that we were good. And then later on, some more stuff happened. With the you and King Kane thing, the only thing I had said to him was, because he asked me about the scene, I said, well, Oliver came with her shirt flipped around, so I don't know what they was doing. Her shirt was on backwards, and I know King Kane was like with a big booty, and that's what I said.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened, and I wonder if anybody in this live if y'all remember this. So me and King Kane were on live, and King Kane had I don't know if he had grabbed me or had did something or had said something, and I basically had like picked Kane up and had flipped him like upside. Like I had crashed. I remember me picking him up and flipping him and like smashing him into the couch or the chair. I was basically beating him up a little bit. Which then resulted in us being kerfuffle and skeduffle. At this point, everybody know about the history between me and Kike. Me and Kike ain't do nothing in that room. I promise you, we ain't do nothing in that room except for like chill, talk, hang out, and then me beating up on him.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I didn't
said
go
BDSM.
okay, I didn't go too deep with that. It was just a Kiki at the moment. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he had did a live one time leading from that because Stone was TTB before TTB was TTB.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was.
Stone used to have it going on in his lives.
Mm-hmm. And then Stone figured out how to make some coin, and then baby, it was every man for themselves. Where it was like Stone, I didn't say that. I didn't say because we had a conversation about that and some other stuff, but.
So then the next thing I remember is. This is between season 3 and season 4 when the Q drama like really heats up and Oliver and Dario fall out.
Mm-hmm.
Remember me and Dario, we had a falling out because Q and the whole who said this, who said I was homeless, Oliver, what was said, and then I was at a point I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna say it all. This is what happened. This is what's going on. This is what was said. This is who called me. This is this, which then made Dario mad, and I felt like. You chose Dario's side and was like, fuck me.
I did. I did. Only because we were closer at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I
had drifted apart.
Yeah, we had drifted apart. So it was like anything like I was saying, anything negative, I was just like, yep, right. It is what it is. That's my sister. I don't know who you is, but that's kind of what the thing was. Because I remember that loosely, but I mean, I was always gonna be at Q Nick, no shade, at that time. But
and so the next so some type of way we got back cool, right? Because remember season 4. And this is some T2. The majority of season 4, like in and out, me and Dario was not seeing eye to eye. And this is where y'all always hear me say, even though like me and Dario have fallen out, there are times we haven't spoken, like, girl, it is heated. Like it is heated, but I've never got into a space and been like, fuck that nigga, all this. I did do a live when that episode came out, right? And I basically retold the same story that I had told Q. I told it on live, right? And I remember you texted me and was like, why are you saying that? Why you basically were taking up for Dario again. And to me, I'm like, okay, like you don't know these conversations. You don't like, why is you even in it? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, season 4 happens. All things get forgiven. We come to the season 4 reunion. Imani Van Zap, I would say Imani Van Zap did that. That goes down in history to me as still the best reunion in all of Chasing Reality because we were able to actually sit down and actually talk. And I honestly will also attribute that to Kendra, me and Kendra making up because at that point, that was like the big beef at that time. But when season 4 finale, me and her made up in the hallway, right? As well as when Lauren came, Lauren was on a whole nother energy, which at the time we didn't know she was quitting and was going to go do her own show. But that reunion was so great. Everybody basically kind of just made up that day, right? And I can't remember how soon after that, but I remember you and I basically having like another conversation where I was like, okay, like we was like, girl, okay, we're gonna try to be friends again. X, Y, and Z. And I just remember telling you, like, Reesie, if you got a problem with me, come to me. Like, just come talk to me. Let's not involve other people. Come straight to me. And I cannot remember what happened. But something happened where, like, your name came up that Reesie G. I'm probably going to remember this after we finish the interview and I'll text you. But it was something where, like, Reesie G was a part of Oliver being talked about or being dragged again. And it was at that point I was like, okay, I'm just done. Like, I'm tired of going back and forth with this bitch. You know, like, I just don't want to keep going back and forth with her. I'm just gonna stop calling. I ain't gonna worry about it. I'm just not gonna do it no more.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, that last one, because after the reunion and we did the reunion, I thought that we were good, and the only person I kind of felt kind of like towards was Q, because he was like, because I knew what was coming. LA was, LA was coming, and it was like so much behind the scenes stuff going on with that. And so after the reunion, I kind of made the decision to just be like, me and Oliver are good where we're at. We don't have to be back, we don't have to be back bosom buddies or anything like that. We're just good where we're at. It is what it is. She gonna do her thing, I'm gonna do my thing. And then even it got to the point where when we would talk, me and Ondario would talk about the Atlanta show, I would say, I don't want to hear nothing about her. Sorry. I would just be like, girl, whatever it is, you just, girl, just, I don't want to hear nothing about her. And it's the same thing with like, well, actually, I kind of let up a little bit with Q when he was doing LA. I kind of let up until he pulled it the way he did. And I just kind of let it go and just let you do your thing and didn't really think too much about it anymore. But I never wished bad on you or anything like that. It just was like, I kind of felt like we were two divas. We were Mariah and Whitney that just couldn't, I don't think that we were around each other enough to get that relationship that we had back, because we wasn't talking, we wasn't in the same state. And it was just like so much was happening, because there were times where I really wanted to probably like shoot you a message and be like, just hearing stuff that's happening to try and save you from some drama or something like that, but I just didn't, because I didn't want to be a part of it, because during that time it was just, I don't want to say a Reesie G hate train, but it was like I'm fighting these battles already. Dallas,
and we finna get to it. So there's a Reesie G hate train going on. I actually want to take a quick commercial break, probably the last commercial break. But when we come back from it, we're going to talk about basically Reesie G being in the blogs all the time, going live with the people, all this Chasing Dallas drama going on. There's people talking about the quality of Chasing Dallas. I didn't touch on it earlier, but like the win scene from season 1, the camera quality, the lighting, the audio, all these things leading into, what becomes your last season of Chasing Dallas, and then you and Ondario separate, and y'all basically your season, that's season 3 of Dallas, basically all season 3 of Dallas, y'all are not on the same page, y'all not talking. We're gonna talk about that whole exit story once we get back from this last commercial break, baby. We got Reesie G in the mix with Twixt, baby, and we's getting to it's a lot of healing going on. Do you feel better? I feel amazing. I feel amazing, bitch. We need to pass around the collection plate.
Stronger and better.
Okay, the collection plate, $, he is Oliver Twixt, and what's your $?
$ Reesie G Cash, honey.
Okay, listen, ring it up, honey. We'll be right back after this. Kitty should leave your boyfriend glove. I got the pee right there, y'all.
You ain't got the commercial up. You ain't got the commercial up. Child, he done left the commercial up. He ain't put the commercial up. She ain't got no commercial up, y'all.
You sit down like in the garage. I thought man was sitting down. You know,
I'm bad acting already. Pee.
Oh, child, I thought you was gonna put a commercial up and then remember.
Girl, no, I had to go run and pee right fast. I had to play a quick commercial right quick. How long was it down? Did it just stop?
No, you didn't even put the commercial up at all.
Girl, I ran out of here so quick. I had to go pee. 1 second. Kitty should leave your boyfriend gloves at the house. Kitty should leave your boyfriend gloves at the house, okay?
Need a daily fix? Get in the mix with Twixt, a live digital digest of queer commentary on reality TV and social media.
I do have to play devil's advocate just a little bit. I think Nene is above Tiffany Pollard.
Really?
Let me tell you something, bitch. If you hit me, I'm gonna hit you so hard you got to go get your man.
Live every Monday night, only on the Oliver Twixt YouTube channel. Watch and listen as myself and my bestest squirrel and girlfriends get into our favorite guilty pleasures.
I know in working with children, we were always taught like children learn behavior through two things: for what's taught and what's allowed.
As for me and my house, we would serve the Lord.
You see what I'm saying?
What is like the main key advice that you would give?
Get a lawyer.
And you just never know who was going to stop by in the mix.
You know what, Sam? We're gonna go to you first.
Let me say something right now. Just watching the show, my butthole was in a knot.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a lot, so buckle the up because I have so many opinions on this.
Don't miss a good laugh and some exclusive tea.
I have another phone call that I actually have recorded.
I think she's still in the bag, Dr. G. I'm waiting on her to get back on too.
Get in the mix with Twixt every Monday night, only on the Oliver Twixt YouTube channel. See you there.
Oh. Oh my.
We're back in the mix, child. Listen, we getting down to the end of this. Reesie G, talk to us about what happened that basically got you put out. What happened?
So what
happened? What happened? Are you gonna tell us what happened? Are you gonna tell me what happened?
Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. So there was a, how am I gonna phrase it? I'm gonna tell you how I felt. I'm gonna tell you how I felt, and I'm gonna tell you what happened. So with the brand and everything that I had been doing, of course, we know the brand is growing. I felt like I was putting in a lot of work. I felt like I was a big part of the growth, right? And so when a lot of arguments happened between me and Ondario, and I may not have expressed it to him, so I that's my fault. But when a lot of the arguments would happen between us, it would be over how he expected for things to be done as far as like production wise, or something that I should have checked, or something that an expectation was set on me from him of, okay, girl, we shouldn't be having these same problems. We're in season 3. We shouldn't be going through the same stuff again. So, and I felt like kind of at times that was like, it would be small things, you know, really small things that could be fixed, like say in an edit, or it can be redone. And I always kind of was getting the, you know, when life is happening, sometimes the delivery from our good sis is not as soft as it usually is. And so when something like, let's say I would like there was a clip that was missing for something, I would get read out because, oh, you should already know how to do this. Why isn't this in here? You've been doing this so long now, you know, da 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 da. And so it came to a point where when I sent over some footage, the audio on the green screen was like, there was like feedback, right? That could have been edited out and canceled out, but there was like feedback. And so during the editing process, if you look at season 3, it kind of sounded like you were in like an empty room kind of thing, and the voice was kind of low. And so at the time, he had said that, you know, I'm so tired of getting this shit, you know, and it had really offended me. I don't know if it was just a bad day. It had really offended me. And this was like the day before the pre-show that we did with Imani rolling into season 3, episode 1. And like, I was just like, really, my feelings was really hurt about it. I was so over it. And we were having one of our usual spats. And I was like, you know what? If this is so much shit, don't air the show. Don't air the show. And matter of fact, if I keep giving you shit, this will just be, let's just make this the last season. Since you saying this is shit. And so we get on the live, and Dario's calling me, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna say on the live that, you know, this is gonna be the last season of the show.
Oh, Reesie G.
So, and mind you, you know, I'm infamous for a good old live now.
Girl, you would go live.
And so Dario was calling me, and I was like, you know, I wasn't answering the phone, so she didn't know what was gonna happen. So we do the live. Of course, I didn't do it. And then the episode airs. Everybody's in love with the episode. I text Dario and I was like, hey, you know, I'm sorry. You know, it's just this is going on. You know, episode aired. I mean, girl, you know how we just go back and forth. It is what it is. She was like, yeah, whatever, child. We'll talk about it tomorrow. So I don't know what happened between the we'll talk about it tomorrow text to the following day, but that's when he made the decision and sent the email and said, you know, I think it's time for us to part ways. I think it's time for us to part ways, and this is going to be the last season of the show. And I said, okay, nobody knows about this except for me and my team. And I said, okay, well, what about our friendship? And this is via email, and he said ended. And I said, okay. And I sent this long email about, you know, because she had blocked me on her phone, but we used to block each other all the time, so I thought it was just another day. So she had blocked me on the phone, so I was sending the email to this long email about, you know, this is, you know, girl, we do this all the time. I said, I don't really care about the show and all this stuff. We can finish that, but you know, we're friends. Let's just have you simmer down like you usually do, and then that's it. So then I'm locked out of my Chasing Reality email. So then I said, you know what? I don't care. I'm not going to, I'll continue to go to filmings if we need to go to filmings. But as far as green screens, I told my team, it was Roderick and CJ at the time. I was like, listen, if it's somebody I don't like on the show, y'all go do their green screens. If we're into it on the camera, y'all go do that. I said, I'll go do the green screens for people that I'm cool with. And if there's anything else needed, I said, as far as editing, y'all communicate with Ondario. I'm out of it. You know, I'm out of it. I'll do my lives after the show to continue to promote. I'll be in the comments. However it come out is however it come out. When Ondario sends the proof for us to watch it back to see how it flows and everything, y'all watch it. I don't want to see it. I'll just have first reaction to everything. They were like, okay, cool. Love a good team. So the season goes on, and then none of this is public. You know, in the back of my mind, I was just like, you know, this is just another one of our spats. You know, we'll come back from it. It's just another one of our spats. I know she missed me as much as I miss her, so we'll come back. Time goes on. I'm on a live, on a TTB live, and Ondario's in the comments, and then Ondario says that, because, you know, I'm just doing my job. Nobody knows anything is going on. And then he says in the comments that the show isn't coming back, it's over with and everything like that. Because somebody had told TTB or something like that, that that's what was happening or something. I don't know. And so then that's when it became like public that the show was not going to be anymore. And so I can remember saying on the live, oh, well, you know, that's the boss. I mean, he just said it, so it is what it is. And I could remember that night just like getting off the phone and just crying and crying and crying. I was just like in my feels. And I was like, girl, get out your feels, girl. You know, I was just in my feelings, and I was just like, okay, I don't know what to do or whatever. But I was just in my feels because I was like, okay, so is this the end of this, of me being a producer? What am I gonna do? Am I gonna keep going? Okay, what about this friend? Like, what am I doing? Like, how am I gonna navigate this and all of this stuff? And I just, you know, I was like, you know what? Let's just pace it. Let's just pace it and let's see what happens. I recall time had went past. We're like halfway through the season. And then he sends me over, you know, contract and stuff about monetization, blah, blah, blah. I read through the contract, and me having my ass on my shoulders, I said, well, I read through this contract and it doesn't say that the show has ended. So either you need to include it in there or we need to have a conversation.
Wow.
Child, he revised that contract. I said, if we're going to be done, we need to go ahead and be done. And I need to see it in the contract that the show is going to be done and over with. So he revised the contract, and then we're getting closer to the reunion. So this is where the controversy with the reunion, the whole digital thing comes into play, right? So I had already paid the deposit for the reunion space because the reunion space is going to be at this place called XOXO here. It's a pink venue, like it's a restaurant, but it's all pink. And at the time, my old boss was one of the investors in it. So the theme was gonna be the final pink party because that was like a running joke, right? So then when the contract thing happened, I had somebody in my ear. I'm not gonna lie, I had somebody in my ear at the time, and I was like, I hit the guy up. I was like, hey, listen, we're probably not gonna be able to use your venue. Am I able to get my deposit back? And he was like, yeah, I get it back. I mean, it's whatever. And I had told him, I was like, yeah, we might turn back around, but right now, I really need the money. I got bills. I ain't no millionaire like you. Let me get my money back. And he was like, okay, cool. So got the money back. I was talking to Ariel, and she was just like, well, girl, I just really think you should still do the reunion. I said, well, honestly, I might not be able to afford it like that because at the time I was living downtown. Previously, I would have to pay for Imani to come down. Like, it was a lot of money that was going to come out. Then so we were still filming some scenes during the time where the show was airing. So then I got George coming at me, and it was just like, I really want to tap you, but I can't. But then it was something that he said during a green screen that really just it got me to a point where it was like on site, and I had I don't like being like that. But he said something about my mom that I really didn't like. And it was definitely on site because I was ready to tie him up. And so we get to the reunion or whatever. Everything is going good. We're doing the little digital thing. And then what led to me cutting it off was George was like, he asked me the question about, so why did you go along with this lady saying this rumor about money or something like that? And I was like, because I didn't see it for you because of what you said about my mom and da 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 da. And then Trey Howard had felt some type of way because this was his first reunion as a cast member. He didn't have a real reunion. And so I was like, so after he done said all this stuff about my mom, like, I'm not, that ain't it. And so I was heated. I was like, I end this shit right now. And he was like, show me how big your balls is. And I said, boop. And I ended it. Now, I regret ending it. I do. I got off the phone, and because everybody was still on backstage, and I just closed my computer and I just sat there and I was so pissed.
Come on,
And
Nene Leaks.
I was so pissed. I was so pissed. And CJ, my producer, he was there at the house with me, and he was just like, we were just sitting there in silence, and like I had so many emotions. And I called Eric or Imani, and I don't know if people really know, like me and Eric have known each other for like almost 10 years. Like, we're close. And so I called, and he was in the car, and it's like a little shaking up. And so he called me, and he was in the car, and he was like, Reesie, you let the drama get the best of you. Do better. You gotta do better. And I just sat there and I cried, the ugly cry. And I was like, it was so, and she was like, you took an opportunity away from the cast member. You took an opportunity away from me, because that Imani was gonna make the announcement that she was leaving the brand because she knew about everything that was going on with me. And she was like, well, if you leave, I don't really trust that things are gonna be produced right. So I'm gonna leave too. And I was like, okay, well, you don't have to leave. I think you're really important. Right? She was like, no, I think I'm good. And so she was like, you took away an opportunity from me and my announcement. You took an opportunity away from, people reconciling. You took the opportunity away from yourself with you actually being a bigger person. And so I'm just like, I'm ugly. Like, I'm just crying. I'm crying. I was like, I lost my friend over this shit. And I don't have a social life because of this. And people don't know what's going on in my life. And Imani was just wiped all the makeup off and just sitting there. And she was like, well, Reesie, I mean, if you want to grow, you're good. This is not the first time this is going to happen. So you're going to need to grow up. You're going to need to grow up. So get off the phone with me, stop crying, and figure out how you're going to grow up. I love you. That's how we talk to each other. I love you. And I just sat there, and then CJ ended up going home, and I just cried myself to sleep at night. Then I woke up the next day, and then that's when the fanfare of everything. And I was just like, I knew in that moment, that was a very important moment for me because I had to make a change. I had to make a change because I was like, okay, well, if you are this person that you say you are, you care about the community, you're growing, you're this big entity. Everybody's talking about Reesie G. It's Reesie G this, Reesie G that. You are that girl, right? If you have so much influence, how can you let someone take you there? How you are a part of you not being there anymore? So what do? You got to make a change. And so I sat there and I think I went missing for a minute. Like I just kind of went missing for a minute and just kind of let everything kind of do what it was doing. And then I had a conversation with God one day and I was just like, okay, God, so I know I got to stand on my own. I know I got to figure this out. Like, but I like going live. I like doing all this. I like reading the girls and all this stuff. And he said, okay, but I told you to stand on your own too. You're going to have to start, if you want to be a person of influence and you want to make change like you have been doing in the city, you got to make a change.
Right.
And I said, okay. I hear you, God. I hear you, God. And God has a way. Had that conversation with God. It was Mother's Day. I was on the phone with Ariel and my mom was on the other line. And then I was ordering my mama's stuff for Mother's Day. And I had the conversation. And then the following week, my mom passed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, okay. Now it's like, okay, you gotta figure this out. You have to make some changes. Like, I mean, because you have to learn how to handle things differently. You have to learn how to move differently. If you want to be this person that I'm gonna let you be this person, but now I want to show you how strong you are. Because like even with my mom passing, nothing was wrong. She was in remission from cancer. Everything was good. And I think that, and I say this to myself, and I don't mean to make it heavy.
No, this
But
is
I
your
say this to
moment.
myself, that Mother's Day 2022 was the first time I ever was able to buy my mom everything she wanted. The very first time I was ever to buy everything that she wanted. Because I didn't have the money to do it, or life or whatever. And she didn't want much. And so it was like that small moment kind of really resonated with me. And then let me show you God again in the universe. After my mom passed, I was at so much peace. I was at peace with everything. Like I didn't, and then I didn't make it public until all the arrangements was done. Then I made the post and then the blogs and all of that stuff. And then people text me and everything. And Dario was one of the people that text me. And how much a person can, and I'm speaking to you too, even if you don't know how much of an influence you may be, you will know one day by the people around you. I went to my mom's apartment. I was cleaning out her apartment, and I saw she had like boxes and boxes of canned goods that she would give out to people. Her neighbors were saddened by her passing. I had seen my grandma's brother, so my great uncle, had came to the celebration, and I was getting these random messages from people I didn't even know that she had touched. And then my aunt, my aunt that doesn't really say too much, she kind of stay on her own. During the celebration, she said to me, well, she was speaking about my mom, and she was always talking about how she never could find a lane that fit her. She was always just wanted to be a part of stuff. She always wanted to be around and help, and she never could fit a lane. And then she said to the kids in the room, or whatever you want to call it, she was like, pick a lane, drive in that lane until you want to switch lanes. And from that moment to now, my life has been totally different. I made a vow to myself. Anybody that had reached out to me that I had odds with, if they gave me condolences, I wiped the slate clean. I wiped the slate clean. And I made a conscious effort to, amp up my therapy. I went back to school. I got some certifications and coaching and life coaching and stuff to kind of elevate me. And then I spent the summer with my best friend to grieve. I spent 4 months to grieve because I just was like, I went right back to work. I went right back into production. I went right back to my regular job. I just started. And then my best friend was like, okay, listen, your lease is up on your current apartment downtown. You're going to stay at my house because I'm worried about you. You're going to stay over the summer. And this is what you're going to do. Mind you, I didn't know what was coming, right? So I stayed with my best friend over the summer, grieved, and I had one really bad day. And I kind of let it all out. Moved into my townhome. And then that's when I wanted to make the transition to work with another producer with Gemini Films. That didn't go well. When that didn't go well, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and just do my own thing. Everybody left me. My entire production team left me. Ariel left me. And I was still trying to figure out life and figure out grieving and what this process looks like. And I had filmed the retreat. We did the retreat, the docu-series, and I wanted to, go this way and go this route. And I didn't have anybody to call. I didn't have Andrea to call. My best friend was there, but that's family now. So it's different. I didn't have people to call. And it was tough. 2022, 2023, like those 2 years, they were pretty tough, but I wouldn't trade them for the world, only because it showed me that you have to make your intentions for yourself more pure. And I think that if I had more intention for myself when I was with Chasing Reality versus putting, because I go to therapy, and I had come to the realization that even when I did interviews, I always would say, yeah, I'm doing this show for my friend. I'm doing it for my friend. My friend won 100,000 subscribers. I'm doing this for my friend. But I was too late on the personal investment, which caused a rift. And so if I would have at the beginning had more intention for how can I benefit from this? How can I grow from this? And versus putting myself second and putting Andario first. Not saying that he was greedy or anything like that. Not saying anything like that. It was a me thing of putting someone else before me. And I had done that so much throughout my life that in my adult years, I'm glad it happened the way that it happened, because now I am prepared for this to come back around. I'm prepared. Right. I know how to deal with it now. So yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing all of that. I appreciate it. Thank you a lot.
Yeah.
I want to ask you this.
Yes.
Since we're still operating in transparency, what do you take responsibility for? And a caveat to that, because I'm pretty sure there's been conversations about people saying, well, this is what Reesie G did to me, or this is what I felt like he did wrong to me. What do you take? Do you take responsibility for anything? Have you taken responsibility for anything? What do you own up to and say, yeah, I did do that. And I didn't have to do that. Or yeah, I can see why somebody would be upset with me when, when they learn about this or things like that. Have you had any of those conversations with yourself?
I've had even in those moments, I had those conversations with myself. But where I was misstepping is, I would say, yeah, I talked about Oliver and his hat that he got on the live, and I just didn't like it. You know what? And I know it hurt his feelings. Oliver, I'm sorry. I won't do that again. Then here goes another time where I'm in reality TV mode, right? And I'm on a show with Oliver, and then I'm on a blog or I'm on an interview, and I'm just doing the reality TV thing. Not realizing that something that I may be saying is actually tearing this person down. It was kind of like that how Gabrielle Union, that clip goes around when she was tearing down the Black woman across the room, and then somebody comes to her and say, well, what did you get from that? How did that help you out? Did you get the guy, that whole thing? I had to realize, and this is not me being vain, but I had to understand that where I sit is higher than a lot of other people that were in my space. The expectation for me is higher because I did my job well, so people don't expect for you to get on a live and read them, even though you're on the cast with them. What they expect you to do is just kind of let it flow, unless they're truly a villain. And because I know the reality TV game, right? I know what happens in reality TV. But then when it's grassroots and you're not getting paid and you are behind the camera as well, my reads don't hit like Heavenly. My reads hit like your best friend that's just, girl, why you coming at me like that? But I only learned that after I had to sit with loss of a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. And so now I know the strength in what happened. Hindsight is 2020. Anyone that I felt like I had wronged, I've reached out, we've had conversations. And then anybody that left me because, when I needed them or whatever, I have open doors to everybody. And so they can come back. We can have a conversation. I've seen many people out, like even with when Markel acquired the show and I saw him out. When I would see him out, it would just be like, did you ever watch that show Smash? About the so it was a show and it was always kind of like every time I saw him, I was just like, ugh. It would just kind of hurt a little bit because it was like, oh, this girl, she got my baby, she got my show. But
how do you feel about that? About Chasing Dallas has come back and it's no longer yours?
Well, it'll always be mine because I co-created it. But but I kind of looking at the show now. How do I put it? So I would say this. Because I felt kind of angry because it was like, it was so much, it's not over yet. New producer, new this, So I was expecting this ooh la la, right? And when the ooh didn't lie to me, I was like, oh, well, bitch, you still all right. Okay, you can.
Girl, what does that mean? Good. What you saying, the ooh didn't lie?
I didn't think the ooh lied.
Ooh, la la la, my skin is getting wet, my clothes are coming off.
Ooh. But no.
Are you saying you weren't impressed with the revival? Is that what you're saying?
I was expecting more. I was expecting more. That's what I said. When I say that, I was expecting more because like I was really nervous to watch the first episode when it came back because I was like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, are they gonna have better chemistry? Or is Markel are they gonna have better chemistry than him? I'm there on me, or is this gonna just be boom, or is it gonna do, all these things? And then I think I was kind of judging myself a little harsh in that moment instead of just being happy that he got an opportunity that he's wanted. So I am happy that he got an opportunity that he's wanted. I'm happy that I was a part of it. I mean, it's able to go as long as it can be because I had some missteps, I had some great steps, and that's just, it is what it is. But to see the show continue to go on, I mean, I said it before, I said if the show does well, I look good. If the show does bad, I still look good. No, joking.
Oh, girl, you so crazy. Let me ask you this. Girl, what happened with you and Gemini Films? Because it was like this big announcement that you guys were like the next coming of Christ. You guys were watching the throne. It was Jay-Z and Kanye West. They were and then it fizzled out. What happened?
So, I had been talking with him being Karan. I took a trip to Boston. We sat, we met, we signed a deal. We agreed on some things. We shook hands on what was to come. And then, and I say this lovingly, when it was creative differences. It was honestly, truthfully creative differences and I don't think that he was ready for me to come in. I think it would have been easier if it was maybe somebody else. But when you have like this, and I'm not gloating, but when you have a Reesie G coming into your space, you start thinking about, okay, is he trying to take over? Is he doing this? Is he doing that? Because
Mm.
we had casted for the Come Up Dallas. He came down, we partied, I took him out, showed him around town. And then it was like, I was saying, well, okay, what do you think about the logo? Oh, well, I don't really like that. I said, okay, what can you bring? How we gonna fix the logo, you know? And then we just gonna go with this one because I gotta go ahead and get ready for the casting. Okay, so now let's help choose the cast. You're not available to choose the cast. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and just pick the cast then. You know, me and my team, we could pick the cast. Oh, well, I don't like that person. I don't think you should use them. Oh, well, I like this person because I think they're gonna fight. And I was like, well, the show is not about that. It's about this, you know. And oh well, I mean, I just think that that's what we need. I mean, and I'm just like, okay. And then he sent the text to me and Roderick, and he was like, yeah, I don't think that we're gonna move forward with the come up Dallas, the retreat or Ariel show. And I said, okay.
Yeah. Why
And I
did
was
you?
like,
I'm sorry, babe. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you
and
were
I was just
stopping.
like, oh, okay, cool. And then after that, I told my team, and then at the time there was someone on my team that wanted to continue to do the show. They reached out to another person that does production here. That person had reached out to Karan. Karan came back to me. He was like, I thought we was gonna keep everything private. And I was like, we are. What are you talking about? And he was like, why is this person reaching out to me saying that, you know, they want to continue to produce the come up and they know that we're not working together? And I was like, I don't know. Let me try and figure it out. So I went to the person's house that was on my team on speaker with him, and I was like, tell him what you did, because I didn't want my hands in it. And so he was like, yeah, you know, I just really feel like we put in a lot of work with it. And I don't think that the show should stop just because you and Reesi can't work out and da 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 da. And Karan was like, well, I'm gonna make a public post about it, just saying that we're not working together. And I was like, but why would you do that? I don't think that you should do that, because it's gonna be a me thing. It's not gonna be a you thing, it's gonna be a me thing. And he was like, well, I'm gonna make the post. And I was just like, okay. And then it was another thing, another Reesie G thing. Reesie can't work with nobody. No, it was another thing. And so I was just like, you know what? Let me just sit back. Let me just go home. And then, so when that happened that day, I sat with that person, had that conversation. On my drive home, Ariel had already made her choice. I called my other producer and I was like, hey, okay, so listen, I fucked up. I think I'm gonna just go ahead and launch my own YouTube channel. I think that we can still do this. How do you feel about keeping going? Well, we followed you from, and I was like, yeah, you know, me and Ariel had already talked about this. And I was like, oh, yeah, we followed you from Chasing Reality over here to Gemini Films. And, you know, now it just feels like the same thing that happened with Chase Reality is happening at Gemini Films. And, you know, I mean, do you even think about us? Do you even think about, and I was like, of course I think about everybody. I said, this is just, you know what has happened. Like, you've been there every single step of the way. What do you mean? I'm like, I'm the one funding everything. I'm the one looking out for y'all. I'm helping you progress. What do you mean? Of course. I said, I'm eating last on everything. Yeah, well, I think I'm just gonna step away from production altogether, and you know, I just gotta look out for me. I said, okay. So then I went home, and within 24 hours, everybody was gone. So that was that. That was that.
What happened with you and Ariel?
So there was a conversation because Ariel was torn when season 3 ended. Me and Ariel were close, right? And she wanted to do. There was a talk of a spinoff for Ariel, and she wanted me to produce it. I said, okay, yeah, I'll produce it. I love you, girl. I'll produce it. Yeah, let's do it. So that was supposed to come when Chasing Dallas went off. She was supposed to have the spinoff. And then when that happened and that ended, it was kind of like this. It put her in a rock and a hard place. So she said she had a conversation with Daria about doing the spinoff. And she mentioned that she wanted me to produce it. And from what she said that he said, okay, but he can't be EP. And she was like, okay, well, I'll talk to him. So at the same time, I was talking to Karan about, hey, I said, I've been filming this show for Ariel. It's gonna be running up with Ariel O'Hara, with Ariel O'Hara. I've been filming this show. We've been traveling out because at the time I was managing her. We've been all over the place. We've been doing all these performances. I've been documenting everything. What do you think about doing a spinoff show for her? Oh yeah, that would eat. Let's do it. So okay, cool. So then we go over to Ariel called me. She was like, I really think we should do it with Chasing Reality. I really think so. And I was like, okay, well, let's sit down and talk about it. So it's me and both of my producers at the time. And I was like, I said, I know you want to do it with Chase Reality, but I don't know where me and Dario are. And I don't think it's right for me to not have a conversation with him, and then just put a production over there. Like, I don't really think that's right. I just wouldn't respect, this is his business. So I can't do that until we have a conversation. I said, honestly, I don't think that we're ready yet. And she was like, but sister, I already talked to him. He said it was good. Let's go. Let's do it. And I was like, I said, I just really don't feel right. And I said, what if I can create an opportunity for you with Gemini Films? And she was like, oh, then cool. I said, okay. Because he had recommended Markel do it and she didn't feel so comfortable. And so that's when I said, okay, we're going to continue to film it. We'll do it with Gemini. And then when that fell through, she was the first person I called. And I called her and I said, hey, Karan don't want to do it no more. He don't want to work no more because we just can't agree and stuff. So she was like, well, what that mean? I was like, well, it means there's no Ariel show. And she was just like, I just really get tired of just feeling like I'm getting fired on my day off. Like here come Chasing Reality, and then all of a sudden the show is getting canceled, and then now you're not over there. Then I could have had this over there, but then you don't want to work with him, and I just can't deal with this. And I was like, well, girl, I said we can talk about it. Let's talk about it. I'll come to the house. I'm not at home right now. I said okay. And then after that, and I don't want to sound. Because we're good now. We talk. But I think that for the sake of her career, she made a choice, which was fine. She made a choice. And she went back to Jason. Mm-hmm. And then that's when the documentary came out. And, she's going to be in Chasing Dallas this go round. And, so that's kind of what happened. And we didn't talk because I had to do some me stuff. So when that happened, that conversation with her happened on, like, say, a Thursday. The following day was when everything happened, when I went over to the producer's house. On my way home, I talked to the other producer. Gemini Films, they made the post. So they happened in like a 2-day span. And then I'm off work, and now I got the whole weekend to deal with this and figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do.
Oh, Reesie G, girl! Oh my god! Oh.
So, it was a lot.
Everybody watching, let's all take one collective breathe in. And let's breathe it all out. Okay. Okay, so let me ask you this. And I haven't seen the trailer, but I heard that are you in, has it been, I'm pretty sure it's been, because people have mentioned it, Mama Twixt mentioned it, so I'm like, my mama know about it, it must be public somewhere, that you've been in some type of Chasing Dallas promo somewhere?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm at the end of I don't know if it's a trailer or a teaser, but the what was put out. It's on the Chasing Reality page. I'm the last face that you see.
Girl, how did that happen? Don't give it away, but how did that happen? Now, girl, you let the people tell it. You done came over here, tried to burn down the village. You done messed it up. You done got fired again and again. And don't nobody want you. How you make it back, Reesie G?
So I would like to say this. This moment, I would like to say this on your platform. Everything that everybody has ever said about me negatively, I have been vindicated for, whether it's been publicly or privately. So I have no fires or any battles to put out.
Okay.
Right? Everything I've been vindicated for. So
come on, Vindication. We love that.
Mm-hmm. One of them came from the live that you did with Gertie. So I got a text. I got a DM from Markel. And he was like, "Hey, I don't know how you're gonna take this, but would you be interested in doing a scene with Chase and Dallas?" And mind you, I had already said publicly, I said if they asked me to come back to the show as talent, I will always come back. I mean, because I give good TV. I mean, everybody knows what I give, and I'm on a whole different level in life now. Not the kumbaya, but like the clout part of, where I'm at. Girl, we risen. But he was like, yeah, would you come and do a scene? And I was like, sure, just let me know when. I said, if I'm free, yeah, I could definitely come and do it for sure. Just let me know. And I said, what do you want me to give? You want me to give Meek and Mild? Do you want me to give Nene? What do you want? What do you want me to give? And so he was like, yeah, come back in. So we want to do this scene where it's like the OGs come back and we all sit down and everything. And I was like, okay. I said, so you gonna be in the scene? He was like, sure, yeah. And I was like, yeah, I'll come and do it. So I go, Birkin in hand, and and I walk in the room, like mind you.
Wait! Don't give the episode away. I just was curious to know, like, okay.
Just one little piece. I'm gonna say this because somebody tried me. So I walk in the room, and immediately the entire room is so quiet you can hear a mouse piss on cotton.
Ooh, that's quiet.
And yeah.
Is it going to be good TV?
I think it'll definitely be good TV. And I think that the girls are going to be like, oh, we miss Reesie G.
Reesi G. Listen, girl, we have been at this for 4 hours. I don't know what it's about this 4 hour mark. I did 4 hours with Gardini, girl. I did 4 hours with you. I will say this, first of all, a lot of the stuff that you're saying, bitch, I wasn't there for any of it. So I can't say, yeah, you telling the truth. No, you're not telling the truth. I appreciate you coming and sharing the things that you have shared. I am grateful for this moment because you and I haven't spoken in a while, and I'm not gonna lie. I was like, in my inner head, I was like, girl, if I don't ever talk to that girl again, like it'll be a-okay. So I am happy that we were able to share this moment, and have, vulnerability with each other and some clarification about some things. What is next for Reesie G? Like, what tell the people all what Reesie G got going on.
So I'm still producing, of course. I'm still producing. I'm in development for a talk show. Like we want to do this talk show, a Reesie G talk show. So, but I do miss being in front of the camera. I don't really know what I can't be on an ensemble cast. I don't know what ensemble cast could take me. But
come on, Mariah Huck. Come on, Mariah Huck.
And I love her so much. But I am chairman and president of a national nonprofit. We are in 26 cities.
Congratulations.
And 16 countries.
Congratulations.
I'm over a chapter here in Dallas. So I handle, I'm just like, I am using my voice and the brand that I have built to really make change for the city of Dallas, for the LGBT community, which makes me feel good each and every day to do.
We love that.
And yeah, I'm just figuring out ways to advocate more for us, whether it's on a screen, whether it's behind the scenes, whether it's going and meeting with people at Dallas County to talk about legislature and symposiums. I'm just doing the work, and it makes me feel really good, and I'm getting paid for it.
Yes, so, we love that.
Yeah. So I mean, new show coming. The Scene is coming. But yeah, there's always been like this conversation of Reesie G getting back in front of the camera, and I would love to not have to produce myself. But if it come down to it, then hey,
come on, Nikki Gilbert.
Okay.
I love to hear and see like the work you're doing. When I went on your page and I saw that you were involved in that nonprofit initiative, I was like, look at Reesie G doing the thing. I absolutely love that. And the community lost a great person a couple months ago. I'm not sure how long ago it was. Who was very pivotal in the LGBTQ plus scene in Dallas. He was like a really key player, and so when I saw that you were, doing work in Dallas, I was like, that's good that city still has somebody that's rooting for them and championing for them and representing them. And I'm honestly wishing you well in everything that you do. And again, I thank you for stopping by in the mix and sharing this time with me. Yeah. I do want to end on a little funny note before we get out of here. I want you to plug whatever you want to say, and then I got one more story, then we're gonna get up out of here. I can't believe we didn't mention this.
Oh Lord, I don't know what it is. I just, I really appreciate my journey. I will always pay homage to the Chasing Reality brand. I was a part of that brand. I love that brand. I want to see it grow. I do hope and wish the best for everybody that's a part of it. Dario, I love you to death, still to this day. World will bring us back, but who knows when. And anybody else that I may have had bad run-ins with, except for maybe one or two. I think that we're all on good pages. So I wish everybody the best. So I just look forward to the future and how we can work together, whoever it may be.
Yeah. And
what's the story?
Girl, I can't believe we forgot to talk about the deleted scene of me over there on season 2 of Chasing Dallas, bitch, when I was in the car with Reesie G and the motherfucking car broke down on the side of the road and we had to walk to go get gas. And we literally were searching for gas. Like we were searching, like we didn't. And I want to say we were like in the area of Dallas where the signal wasn't really working. Some type of way we was on Facebook Live doing it. Now we was on Facebook Live, but like we had to walk to go get gas, buy a little thing, walk back, fill it up. I want to say, do we end up having to push the fucking car? I don't remember, but I just remember after that, I said, girl, just go take me to get something to eat. And I had that good ass barbecue.
Girl, when I tell you, that was a key. That was a key because we had went to go and get the flowers. We had to drive all the way.
We went and got the flowers. Yes,
we had to go and get the flowers, and then ran out of gas. Girl, had to buy the gas can, put the gas in there, and then we come back up though. We was good.
Yeah, we was good,
but baby. That was you was out here in this Texas heat.
Oh, baby, I was out there in that Texas heat, baby, sweet Texas heat. Oh my God. But you know what? These are things that like when you look back on it, it's like, girl, this shit is funny, and where else? I don't know where else I could have had these experiences at. Like, if it wasn't for Chasing Reality, I wouldn't have met all of y'all, and I wouldn't have had like some of these like hometown, home stories experience where we look back and we're like, girl, you remember when the fucking car broke down and we had to go find some gas. And I just remember this this gate with this like lot of cars that we walked by. And I remember the gas station was like across the street from this empty lot. The highway was right there. It was like and this ain't no slur, I'm just painting a picture. It was like an old Mexican man inside the thing. He was trying to talk, like not flirt, but he was just trying to talk. It was like, girl, give us this gas so we can go. Like, and I was hungry. I was, ooh.
Yes. Oh my God. I forgot about that. I forgot. Oh my God. I forgot about that. And that car ended up breaking down. I had to end up selling that car after I got done with that Buick, honey. Ooh.
Listen. 400, almost, I think it went up to 450 people. Reesie G stopped by to see what you had to say, honey.
Yes, it was because I was in the mix with Twixt, honey. They want to see what was going on.
Listen, Reesie G, I thank you so much again for sharing your story, sharing your truth, sharing your experiences, sharing this moment with me. I'm really grateful for this. I really did not know what was going to happen tonight, but I'm definitely I'm happy this happened, like just going down memory lane and getting some clarification on things like between you and I that happened and, seeing things in a different perspective for me. Honestly interviewing, because, I interview reality people over here, and honestly talking to y'all was not on my radar. And I don't know what this is starting, but I'm really actually enjoying it. So yeah.
I say you keep it going.
I
One thing that
appreciate
I
it.
do, I'm gonna give you your things. One thing that I know for a fact that you do well is when you get into a good niche, ride it until the wheels fall off. I'm happy for everything that you have coming that you don't know is coming. And I'm
I
happy for
receive
everything that
it.
you have done. And I think
Hmm.
that one thing that I can appreciate about you is you know the game. So when controversy arises, play the game publicly and win the game privately.
I know that's right. Okay. I know
And you know what
that's
that
right.
means.
Oh my God, Reesie G. I just feel like you just put an incantation on my head.
Okay.
Listen, y'all, please send Reesie G kisses, hugs, positive energy as we say goodbye to him from giving a wonderful exclusive on
Yeah.
Chasing Talents. Reesie G, thank you so much, and I wish you well in everything that you do, honey.
You too, honey. I love you dearly.
Yes! Until next time, baby. Girl, that was amazing. I really appreciated that, guys. Listen, as y'all know, I'm going to chop this up because it was 4 hours. I'm going to chop this up across the next week and, drop it so it can be easier for you guys to consume. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you guys so much for supporting my channel, supporting my content. Please hit the subscribe button, because we have some more chats coming up. I got a Making the Band interview that's probably going to drop. Child, I ain't gonna drop tomorrow because I was supposed to edit it tonight, so we ain't gonna get to that. Probably drop Sunday or Monday. We got a Making the Band interview. We got a American Idol interview. I think we got a Flavor of Love interview coming up. Child, I'm back over on the YouTube streets. We getting in the mix with Twixt, talking about all things reality TV. And y'all know this is my happiest face. I love you guys so much. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Until next time, my friends, be sure to parade and giggle. Good night. And child, depending on your time zone, good fucking morning. Bye.
Yeah, 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 yeah.